Glory be on to the Most High, whose name is indeed a higher. Right? Oh, so happy to be coming upon you this day, this first day of the week, after one fabulous Sabbath. And I pray you guys really honored it and kept it in the way that the Father would have us to keep it, right? That you remembered it and you kept it holy, right? Glory be unto the Most High, whose name is Ahiah, right? Whose son name is Yeshaya, whose mother, Christ's mother is named Rawat Kwadash, the, the, the Kakama wife, right? We give them all the praise, all the honor, all the glory. Now, I was just having a conversation today with a beloved I am of ours, and it just really sat in my soul, that I needed to go live and we needed to bring some things out, man. You know, some things that the scriptures say, right? But the shepherds in the earth, they're not clear, you know, and it's because they don't really come in the name of the Most High. They come in the name of the Most High to an extent, right? And the Most High, He would have us come to the people in His name with ourselves missing, right? We have to kill ourselves, y'all. We can't have no emotions. We can't have no attachments and things like that to things in the world because it's gonna come in Salakia. It's gonna come in between the way that we teach, right? And the second we choose us, we roll over on him, right? And now you can see that the things are being taught. It's because a man has put himself up. He has put himself up in the way of the Most High. He has put himself before the Most High, and he taught you according to his own heart and his own belly, right? And now this is any man, including myself, man. You know, I'm not above what I'm about to say, right? Because I know we blame men for what the scriptures blatantly say. We blame men for seeing what they see, right? Now I understand that many of us, we're students and we're here to learn and we just want to learn, right? And we need a preacher to teach us, right? If you feel like you do. And now there's a portion of people who feel like they don't need no teacher, right? All praises to the Most High. You want to go directly, you and the Most High? Well, bring it out and let us hear it. You know, I'm not gonna just automatically shun you and say you don't know what you're talking about, and that the Most High ain't with you, and that the Most High ain't speaking to you, and all of this and that, right? Because I know my Father. I know my Father, right? So let me hear, you know. But we got that thing where, nah, the Most High is not talking to you. Automatically, you ain't even heard what the man got to say. Go ahead, speak your piece, and we'll see, right? Because I know the second anybody's about to be harmed, right? And I know the whole law and the whole gospel protects you, your neighbor, and the Most High. If anything happens to any one of them people, you off, buddy. You're off. Period. Right? So we're gonna go into a few scriptures. We're gonna go into a few chapters, might I say, because we do the whole chapter, right? And that's when you pure, right? Because they'll read you verses 8 through 12, and then 13 is about to contradict what they coming with. So they stop it at 12. Oh, let's go over here. And they go somewhere. Nah, we do whole chapters over here, right? We gonna read the whole chapter to you, right? And we'll do the precepts another time, you know. When we bouncing around, we bounce around, all praises. But sometimes we gonna do these whole chapters. I got 3 whole chapters I want to do, right? And we gonna do them. We gonna talk about them. We gonna talk this talk, right? Uh, we gonna do marriage, 1 Corinthians chapter 7. Con, we're gonna do leadership, right? That's First Timothy's chapter 3. We're gonna do the leadership of the church. We know we did. We know we did Jeremiah 23 for the shepherds, right? We know we did that one, but that's for the wicked one. So if you want to be the righteous one, we're gonna go into that. And man, it's after 1 Corinthians chapter 13, right? The one that they're talking about there, y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna see. We just gonna get to it. We gonna read it. And now, this is what the book says, y'all. It's what the book says. If I'm saying something that the book ain't saying, stop me here and let me know. And then that's when we go other places, right? If we need to. Con? But we gonna read this book and see, this is one thing about the people of Christ. The people of the Most High in Christ, they disagree. I mean, they agree, y'all. We agree because we got the same spirit in us and through us, right? How those scriptures say, right? The same Lord over you all, right? And in you all and through you all. We understand things the same, right? Now, if you should get somebody who they don't match that, they coming in another spirit. Try the spirits that they are of God, right? And us who are purely after the Most High's heart, we see eye to eye and we understand the same thing, you know. Now, what's going on is uh we know pretty much right from wrong. He said he would write the law on our hearts. So, you know, We know right from wrong, you know. Uh Whether you've been in these scriptures or not, you know somebody shouldn't be putting their hands on your mama, right? You know you shouldn't take a gun, blow somebody's brains out. You know you shouldn't do that. You know that you shouldn't run up in a bank uh with a mask on just because you broke. We know we shouldn't do these things, right? Okay, now those are the main things, y'all. Those are the main things we being judged on. Now, this other stuff, these finicky details and all of that, we can discuss that, right? But marriage is serious. We know what's right and wrong by marriage, right? We know what's right and wrong. We know who should be leading us. They could play around with us with a few things, a few things we didn't know, few facts. You'll be shocked to find, oh, yeah, is that right? Is that true? Oh, okay, all praise to the Most High. Now I know, right? But man, it's a lot of these things they playing games with, and it's like, nah, brother, that ain't right. And that is not what that scripture that is not what that scripture is telling us either, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and go into it. Shalom, y'all. How was y'all Sabbath? Right? Anybody got something to say before we go into this? All right. Amya, Shalom, Ricardo, Shalom, Sister Bronze, your pod Judah. Shout out to you and Brother Cruising, right? Uh, our highest harvest. Shalom, everyone. Brother Yashar Banya Sha'ala. Shalom, Sister Ephesia. Shalom, my sister. Get a king, my love. Ayala Wan is in the building. Shalom, my brother. Awar is in the building. Shalom, my brother. Artakai, first one off the top, smoking at the top. Shalom, my sister. I see you. All praise to the Most High. Okay, so uh if nobody got something they want to say to me directly before I jump off the boat and start swimming, then I guess I'll jump off the boat with this then, so we could start talking this talk here, right? Glory be on glory be unto the Most High, right? The tongues. That's First Corinthians chapter 14. What y'all want to do first? Y'all want to do the tongue, or y'all want to do leadership, or y'all want to do marriage? What y'all want to talk about first? First person to answer, that's what it's going to be. Which one of these subjects you want to talk about first? Marriage, all praise it to the Most High. And that's how I originally set it up too, right? But I was going to let y'all pick though. But that's the way I would have had it. Oh, Sister Ephesia said leadership. We already got two before you, sis, but leadership is next, right? We're going to go, and as time goes, we're going to explore all precepts, right? We're going to explore all precepts. We're going to go everywhere we need to go, right? We're going to scour the book. It just may not be today because we only got so much time, right? So we can't expect to learn the whole faith of Most High in one sitting, right? So we're gonna have to keep coming back here and getting this word, because it's here and it's plain. It don't need no man's interpretation, right? It's saying what it's saying. And when a man interjects, uh, we know he off. Or us chosen ones, we know. And feed your own heart and your own belly, right? So we're gonna do the marriage first. Let's go. That's First Corinthians chapter 7. Now, this is according to the church today, right? A lot had went on. A lot had went on in the Old Testament and with the law and with Moses and all of that. A lot had went on. And Christ, Christ came and spoke on this too, right? And we'll get his words. Matter of fact, let's get his words first. Right? And that's Matthew 19. It's Matthew 19. We're going to go 7 to 9. Right? Let's go back. Let's go back 1 to 6 and see what that's saying. See if that's still on topic. Right? Yep, it's still on topic. Let's go back to 4. Let's just go to 1. Okay, so he has this conversation with the Pharisees. We know they was always trying to upbraid him, right? It's pretty clear. We just gonna go on and get all of Matthew 19, and when it go left, we'll be all good. Okay, that's 30 verses. Yeah, we gonna get that one because that's out our Savior's mouth, right? And we gonna put that over what anybody else says. And it Matthew 19, and it came to pass. Matthew 19 from the top. And it came to pass that when Yasha had finished these sayings, he departed from Galilee and came into the coast of Judea beyond Jordan, right? And great multitudes followed him, and he healed them there. The Pharisees also came unto him, tempting him, and saying unto him, is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause? Right? So they rolled up on him and they said, can a man divorce his wife? They asked him this very question that you all ask. You know, what are these stipulations of divorce, right? And things of this nature. Christ told them, right? Can a man put away his wife for any reason? 4, and he answered and said unto them, have ye not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female? 5, right? So the Most High made a man and a woman, right? 5, and said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they twain is two, shall be one flesh. So both of them shall be. How many people did he say? 2 people, right? How many ribs did the Most High take Adam to make Eve? Did he take one, or did he take multiple? Right? I don't see this saying. And they 3 and 4 and 5. So that's not original. That's not the original marriage. Things happen and we ended up there, right? We ended up with more than one wife. And when we read back there in Genesis, when we read back there with Jacob's story and all of that, the other wives were picking the other wives, y'all. Wasn't no man just rolling around saying, okay, I want you, right? The women were picking these other women. But let's just read, right? We'll go there. We'll get there. We'll read all of that stuff back there, right? If I got no stake in this, I'm an empty vessel. And that's how we got to be when we're serving the Most High, right? And we'll explore all of this. Even if you want more wives, it's a way you could do it, right? And we're going to talk about that. We're going to go into the dowry scriptures. We're going to go into all of that, right? And we're going to talk about that. If you really want more than one wife so bad, we'll talk about it. And it's a way that you can do it. And there's some things that you got to give up if you want to be able to do that, right? There is some talk about other guys and how they're living and how they see this, right? There's a way how they're running their congregations and they got more than one wife. But we're here to let the scriptures be the judge. Not us, not our feelings, right? My sisters, you know I love you, right? I'm your brother when you ain't got another. I love you, okay? And if your feelings hurt, I'm going to chase you down, right? Same with my brothers. I'm going to chase you down when your feelings is hurt, right? But it's not about our feelings. But I'm not here to say I don't care about how you feel. I care about how you feel. But let's see it in these scriptures. And we got to latch on to what the Most High says, you know, and that's going to hurt sometimes. I don't always feel good when it's time to latch on to what the Father says, right? But I got to make that disclaimer because I don't want men saying, oh, he leaning toward the women, right? And I don't want women feeling like, oh, he's all on us. He on our head. I'm not on nobody's head, right? And if these scriptures are saying something else, then let's talk about that. And then that's when we're going to go to other precepts, right? But let's have this discussion among our people. Everybody who I see have this conversation, they lean, right? Their own understanding, they lean toward their own heart, they lean toward their own belly at some point. right? Now, it's time to let the book say what the book says, right? And we're going to come to a full understanding because uh, we have people, they pull one side of scripture and that's where they leaning toward. And they leave all of them away that can possibly uh, pull them off of where they lean into. And then you'll have some other people, they're on this side of the scriptures, right? And they're pulling all of the ones that say this. And what the Most High was trying to do with that was keep you like this so that you don't lean here and lean there. No, he's keeping you right in the middle, right? And that's how we supposed to read this book, right? Ain't no way I'm saying this, and then you come with some scriptures and you're saying that, and then we just stay on these separate sides of things. That ain't the way it's supposed to be working, right? This Bible didn't mean to do us like that. Nah, it's keeping us in the middle. And there's a way for this side to be right and that side to be right. And we're able to make sense of it in here, right? The Bible is not contradicting itself, y'all. So let's keep reading this, right? We was at verse 5 and said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother and shall cleave to his wife, and they two shall be one flesh. Now that's how it was in the beginning, right? Can we agree on that? Can I get a con if we agree on that? If you agree with that, say con. Or does he have more people there? Does he have more wives there? Or is it two people? Let me know. Okay. We got a fat con from Sister Delise and from your pa Judah and from Anav. All praises. Two people. Okay. 6. Wherefore they are no more two, but now they're one, right? But one flesh. What therefore God has joined together, let no man break asunder. Now, that's what the Most High joined together. Was them two, they're going to be one flesh, right? Now, you can make something work with that, right? You can make something work with that. Them two people, they could get together, right? And that's hard enough. That ain't going to be easy. Now, imagine what happens if you add a third person. You add another woman. I'm not saying it can't be done, but if it is done, you better have a good wife, brother. You better have a good, humble wife, brother. And this third woman, she better be good and humble too. And everybody better be able to respect everybody's position in place. And then maybe it could work. But we're going to go into that because that's a part of leadership. That's a part of when we go into the leadership scriptures, right? And we're going into them next. So I pray y'all be patient with us. We're going to get there, right? But that's what the Most High joined together. Let no man separate, right? Let no man separate. Let no man bring it asunder, right? 7. They said unto him, why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement and to put her away. So they upbraided Christ with Moses, right? Oh, but what about what Moses was doing? And this is plain, y'all. He's going to explain, right? It's just like when they asked about the Most High, when they asked him about his name. The Most High in Christ, they don't play, y'all. They're not going to tell us about lying and then play games with their words when they are asked a simple question. They're going to answer you. The Most High is not the author of what? Confusion, ain't it? So if you're confused, it's because you don't want to hear what came out their mouth, right? Con. 8. He saith unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your heart, y'all was having so much trouble, right? Suffered you to put away your wives. And I know how that is because I've been dealing with that. Man, I hear what you're saying. They're telling me this. I hear what you're saying, but I don't like her. I hate her, right? The women is saying that. I don't like him. I can't be with him, right? I don't want to be with him. And they're lying on each other. He did this, he did that. And then you put them together and their stories start changing, right? Oh, I didn't say it. I didn't mean it like that. I meant it like this, right? Nah, brother. When that woman was absent, you clearly said this, that, and the other. And then you put them together and the stories start changing, right? Nah, y'all need to bury them hatchets and stay together, right? And that's what Christ is about to say here. From the beginning, it was not so, right? Y'all stay together, y'all work it out, right? But you send them home and they kill each other, right? Somebody gets stabbed. So whose fault is that? Theirs. They can't blame you and say that's your fault, But that's how brothers get the moving off of what they supposed to be saying and doing. Right? We're gonna talk about it. And you definitely don't want them to break a loose and get with somebody else and build something new, and then you tear up that new thing, right? Behind some people that have already moved on and had other kids and started other marriages and things like that, right? And we're gonna talk about it, y'all. We're gonna talk about it all. Does sex consummate marriage? That's one that's tearing us up, right? Tearing the children of Israel up, ain't it? Yeah. We're gonna talk about it. Okay. They say unto him, why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement to put her away? Christ answered. In 8, he says unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts, right? He suffered that. He didn't want to do that. But man, y'all about to kill each other. So yeah, y'all go ahead. Y'all separate, right? Suffered you to put away your wives, but from the beginning it was not so. It wasn't supposed to work like that. Why? Because the heart of First Corinthians chapter 13, it was well intact, right? Y'all didn't come together looking to separate one day, enemies, hate each other, right? Cheating and beating and doing all of this kind of stuff. We didn't have those kind of heart. It didn't exist, right? That heart had to wax cold through iniquity, right? Yes. That's how that happened. That's how that came to be. 9. And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife. So if you let her go, except, man, we act like we don't see this. except it be for fornication. Why? Why does fornication break it off? Could it be because you just consummated another marriage? It got to be here, right? It's got to fall from there. It's got to hit you right here. That's why the top of my head is open. It's got to hit you there, and then it's got to come in your body, and then it got to slosh all around and do everything that it need to do to you, right? Very clearly. That's a clear distinction. And I say unto you, Christ's words, whosoever shall put away his wife, you kick your wife to the curb, and you send her out into the streets, except it be for so any other reason except for this one reason. So that means, oh, she cheated, she laid down. Okay, yeah, write her a bill of divorcement then. That's what that means. Christ's work. You follow Christ, right? Okay. So when they lay down with somebody else, that thing is done, buddy. You don't have a wife or a husband there anymore, right? Unless you're doing the polygamy thing and y'all agree on that. That's different. Ain't nobody cheat. You haven't cheated. You can't call that cheating. That's an agreement, right? What is it when you cheat? You do something behind somebody's back or against somebody's will, right? So if it's a polygamous marriage, then that's consented upon, ain't it? So you can't call that cheating or adultery or not. You can't call that adultery, right? If these people consent to live that way. It's a lot of things. It ain't adultery. Now, it's some things that can turn it into adultery. As soon as you do it, as soon as you do it, buddy, it just became fornication. Soon as you do it, it's out, that's out the window. Consent or not, right? Let's keep on reading this. And shall marry another. Adultery. If nobody cheated. That's only if nobody cheated, right? And whoso marrieth her, which is put away, does commit adultery. So when she leave and ain't nobody cheated on nobody, and she go get with somebody, she's committing adultery, and the person she got with committed adultery. Both of them, right? And that's put in place so that you brothers who know, oh yeah, she was Ox's wife. She was with him. You got to stay away from her. I don't care what reason you got. You do not lay down with that woman under no circumstance. That's for you, right? And whoso marrieth her, which is put away, does commit adultery. Oh, but where he did this to her and then he did that. Nah, don't matter, right? He put her away. You stay away from her, right? She better go get a stranger. She better go get somebody who don't know nothing, right? She's gonna have to go lie. Yeah, I'm single. I'm not with nobody, right? That should be the only way she get a man is if she go lie, right? What that means. Verse 10, his disciples said unto him, if the case of the man be so with his wife, is it not good to marry? Like, man, should we even get into that? That's what they asking. 11, but he said unto them, all men cannot receive this saying. So I'm saying what I'm saying, right? And some of y'all are like, yes, yes. Cut and dry, period. That's it. It's over. You could just shut it down. Click your button, right? It's over. But see, it's going to be something out there. They don't get it. They're not going to understand this as clear as some others. Why? Because they got something, when something has your heart now, you ever been tangled up in something and you like, man, you can't get your foot out? Well, we got people, it's things doing their heart like that. Won't let their heart go. And you know how your feelings are. They're sentimental, right? Oh man, your feelings when something got your heart. Man, I really want to do this thing. Man, I don't really want to live a life without this in it. Oh, all bets are off. I got to live without that. All bets are off, right? And that's how it feels when something got your heart tangled, right? Jeremiah 17:9, it's wicked. It'll turn on the Most High. Never mind any man or woman in the earth. You will turn on God about what your heart is feeling, right? And we got to surrender to the Most High. Our surrender has to be to Him, right? 11, but He said unto them, all men cannot receive this saying, save they to whom it is given. It ain't given to everybody. Why? Because it may very well be in the Most High's will that they don't get this and they live a life and they busting this up according to Him, and they gonna come face to face with Him and He gonna fry them. So we could talk till we blue in the face all we want, right? But if that's the Most High's will for a soul that He created, then and that's why we gotta just talk, and whoever is around, they are of the Most Highest of the Most High's doing. I just talk, y'all. That's it. And I don't have no emotions with this. I don't care either way. I don't got no dog in this fight. Do what you want to do. I say that about everything. Do whatever you want to do, right? Because I know when you come to me, which brothers have and sisters have, they come with that pure heart. And they just like, man, I just want to please the Father. And I can identify with that. And nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about the moment they wanted to be nothing but right with the Most High, right? Listen to the truth about righteousness. It's a true story. It really happened in my life, right? And man, did it happen to you? Right? Where it was about the Most High, where you died, where everything you thought you wanted died, right? When I woke up, I left my dreams on the pillow and I don't miss them a bit, right? What's that? To be yours, right? Let's keep reading this. It's very clear, right? For there are some eunuchs which were so born from their mother's womb, and there are some eunuchs which were made eunuchs of men, right? And there be eunuchs which have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake, right? He that is able to receive it, let him receive it. Now, what we're going to do with that, right? What we're going to do with that, Matthew 19 and 12, we're going to take this into the BLB. I'm going to let all y'all see what I do. We studying together. Let's see what this says. Okay, we go here. Matthew 19. We go to Matthew 19 and 12. We go into here and we see what a eunuch is. Just so somebody, oh, a eunuch ain't this, a eunuch is that, right? A bed keeper, a bed guard, right? Superintendent of the bed chamber, right? A chamberlain. Chamber is a room, right? He guards the room, right? In the palace of Oriental monarchs who support numerous wives, the superintendent of the women's apartment, right? Or harem, an office held by eunuchs, right? An emasculated man, a eunuch, right? Somebody who doesn't have sex, right? So the first one comes in the way of what's going on in the bedroom. He guards the bed chamber, right? The second, the second one is somebody who, he's emasculated himself, right? Eunuchs in Oriental courts held by other offices of greater, held by the Ethiopian eunuch mentioned in Acts 8. Now we have a third definition. One naturally and incapacitated, right, for marriage, begetting children. One who voluntarily abstains from marriage. So that's clear, right? So quite easy is somebody for one reason or another they don't have sex. That's what a eunuch is, right? One is he don't have a family to go home to. He spends his whole life guarding somebody's room, right? That's one. The second one, he don't do anything because it's his choice, right? It's his choice. He has abstained from marriage. The third one, they can't, right? They were born that way. So let's read verse 12 again with that understanding. For there are some people who abstain from sex in marriage, which were so born from their mother's womb. So they were born like that, right? There are some eunuchs which were made eunuchs of men. So, are you a man? You can make yourself a eunuch, right? That's talking about him. And there's some other people, right? Who what is it? It's in the book of Timothy's, right? I think it's First Timothy's 4, where that's called the doctrine of a devil, right? When they try to stop you from marriage, the doctrine of a devil. Because uh in the next chapter we're going to read, it tells us uh that if you burning, go get married, right? And what does that mean? Man, you full of lust. And a man knows, you know, you get a little strong down there in your pants all of a sudden, right? And it's like, man, your brain won't think clear. Once it get on you, and that's gonna happen, right? It happens to every boy. right? And then he start looking at women, right? It's time to get married, buddy. It's time to pick you one, ain't it? Mm-hmm. That's what that's talking about. But some men have chosen to stray away from that. Okay, I'm cool. You know, I think we have Paul. Paul did it for the work, and I think John the Revelator, right? He didn't take no family to Patmos with him, right? We don't read that. And if he did, show it. Right? So we have men that make themselves that way. And there be eunuchs which have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom. Right? That's who it is. Right? And that's who the two men, the latter that we spoke of, that was their choices, right? They did it for the kingdom. You know, he that it is able to receive it, let him receive it. You know, make your own choice, but understand that. Understand that those are the three ways that men are abstaining, right? 13. Then were there brought unto him little children, that he should put his hands on them and pray. And the disciples rebuked them. 14. But Yasha said, suffer little children, right? And forbid them not, right? Let them come on to me. Suffer them, right? The same way Moses suffered them people, right, to write them divorces. Suffer children to come onto the Christ the same way, right? Suffer them. Suffer little children. Forbid them not to come unto me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. I could see that. They're innocent, right? They're like them people I dripped into that realm on. I feel that. You know, those words stab deep. 15. And he laid his hands on them and departed thence. He healed those children, right? 16. And behold, one came and said unto him, good master, what good thing shall I do that I may have eternal life? 17. And he said unto him, why callest thou me good? What are you calling me good for? Right? There is none good but one. Who is that, Christ? Who is that one? He just said his name. If you're checking this out in Hebrew, he just said his name. There's none good but I, right? That is God. That's a whole, he just said something else there. But it's so cold that when it comes into the English, it doesn't contradict itself, right? There is none good but one. Who is that one, y'all? Me? You? Who? Your daddy? Your mama? Who? Who is that one? We do not, we do not deny that none of us can call ourselves one, the I, right? And numbers and letters are synonymous in Hebrew, they're not separated, right? The word I is that symbol, that A flipped on its side, right? Or that's upright. English, they flipped it on its side, right? They turned the I over, right? And put that point up, which is what? Also the pyramid and all, right? Huh. They against him. You feel me? But he's the one. That is who? Christ, God, right? And we're gonna go to that too. That's involved in the tongues scripture, because it's people talk crazy about us using the words Lord and God and things like That's gonna become clear to you too, right? But if thou wilt enter into life, keep the commandments. And again, who does the commandments protect? One, God. Two, your neighbor, not you. Your neighbor comes before you, right? Lastly, who? Finally, you, right? That's who the commandments protect. At the end of these commandments, none of those three are harmed. Love does no ill to his neighbor. And that's what this whole book is teaching you. That is the way of God. I don't care what book it's in, right? If it's the KJV without the Apocrypha, then boom, you add the Apocrypha in it. Then you go above that, you start going into all of the extra biblical texts, right? The Dead Sea Scrolls, the Book of Enoch, right? The Book of Jubilees, right? The Book of Jasher, right? The Book of Adam, and you start, through all of this. Bet not nobody get harmed, or else you're rolling over on the law. Okay? That's what's being pushed, y'all. Love. Okay? It's not fringes being pushed. Okay? Shout out to all of y'all that's upbraiding everybody about fringes, but you're mean. you know, you might as well take the fringes off, right? Because you done forgot, right? What the fringes solidify. You supposed to look at them fringes. Oh man, I can't come back here, bro. Hold on, brother. I can't treat that brother like that. Come back here, man. Let me patch that up. That's what the fringes is for you to look down and say, oh, right? And he's gonna tell him this in this chapter. He's gonna make this very clear. So let's keep reading it, right? If you want to enter into life, keep the commandments. What commandments? He's going to ask him that. 18. And he said unto him, which? Like what commandments? Christ said unto him, thou shalt do no murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Harm to your neighbor, ain't it? If you kill your neighbor, you harmed him and everybody who love him. They don't want to see him go to the dirt, right? You done hurt all kind of people. And if you ever lost somebody, man, that's a pain, right? I done lost people hurt so bad. I looked up 6 months later and like, man. And my baby mama is telling me, man, I had to take care of you. I had to wipe your behind, buddy. Right? That's how bad it hurt. Right? Helping the man in the morning get the chains off the liquor store door, right? That hurts. You don't want to do that to nobody. That's a pain, man. Especially for these people who don't understand death. That's why it hurts so bad, because you don't understand it. I didn't understand it at that time, right? So, thou shalt do no murder. What else? Thou shalt not commit adultery, right? Man, some people commit adultery and they hurt two people. You ain't single doing this. You doing this and you got a wife, right? Now your family at home messed up. The woman you done lay with, her family messed up. You done hurt all kind of people, right? You got a whole church looking at you. They messed up. They like, whoa, what's going on, right? Murder and adultery hurt a lot of people, y'all. Why? Because one or two people had some selfish thoughts. You can't say that ain't the devil that done crept into these people, y'all, right? So what we got? We got murder, we got adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Man, I worked hard for my stuff, right? Now it's gone, right? And I got no recourse or nothing on it. Things you don't do to your neighbor. Thou shalt not bear false witness. I ain't did nothing wrong. But I have people that are saying I did something. And then somebody else jumps up with something to say, whoa, okay, let me hear what you're saying. What are you talking about? Oh, you're saying I did it too? Wow. Somebody else jumps up. Oh, right. And then you're looking at the people that's examining this, and you like, man, I know I got all those people saying I did something. I didn't do nothing. Right? Man, that harms a lot of people. Right? Man, that hurt. It hurt a lot of people saying Bronze did something. And it's like, I ain't did nothing. I didn't do what they saying I done. How do you prove it? You got all these witnesses against you. Those witnesses are false, right? All praise it to the Most High, right? That's why you should not bear false witness, right? 19, honor thy father and thy mother. I don't care what your mama, daddy did. They was good enough to get you here, right? They deserve some respect for that, right? And thou shalt love who? Thy neighbor as thyself. Don't do nothing to your neighbor that you wouldn't want done to you, right? So all of these people, oh, I ain't did nothing wrong. Do it to them and see how they act. The main people, the main hypocrites that's woofing all of that crazy mess in front of them cameras that they talking on, do the same thing to them. Do something even slightly close like that to them, man, they liable to jump out of a closed window, right? Man, the main people who are dishing it, those are the people who can't even take it, y'all. They can take it the least of any of us, right? I don't do none of these things to people. Now you can see it done to me all the time. I'm gonna brush it off. I got a father that loved me. I ain't tripping on. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing in this earth gonna mess me up here, right? Nothing. Nothing. Right? That part. Right? 20. The young man saith unto him, all these things have I kept from my youth up. Right? What lack I yet? I've been keeping the law. I've been doing all of these things. Right? That's what the man says. I never harm nobody. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I love this. Because this is so many of our questions, y'all. We go in the world like we never read this before. The proof is right here from the man's mouth that you say that we follow, right? That we say we follow, right? This man tells him back, I done that, Christ, right? I kept this law. I ain't harmed nobody. And he lying through his teeth, ain't he? Because Christ is going to correct him. Christ going to tell him exactly what he doing wrong. Shout out to all of y'all who say this ain't wrong, because some of y'all are saying it ain't wrong. Out of Christ's mouth, he said it's wrong. Let's keep reading. 21. Christ said unto him, if thou wilt be perfect, go and sell all you have. He was breaking the law, y'all. How? Because he has, and it's people there without, and you got access. How you got what you can't eat or spend, and there's somebody over there with nothing to eat, nothing to spend, right? And you have what you will never eat or spend. You'll die and you won't be broke. You'll die, right? Man, if you don't break that off, if you don't go feed somebody that's hungry, especially if you're talking about some Christ, right? How you rich? How you sitting? How you sitting uh high on the hog, and people right in your congregation is struggling with the rent, right? And they would never dare ask you for nothing because they know what you're gonna say. Get a job, right? You don't work, you don't eat, right? Then what is the who looks out who does the charity then, right? And that's why the people who do the charity, man, they bypass every other soul in this earth because there's so many people. They right. That's what the most of the earth is gonna do, and that's gonna cost them, right? It's gonna cost them. Let's keep on reading, right? Go sell all that you have and give it to who? To the rich? No, to the poor. Give it to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven. Is it a treasure up there waiting for you when you get up there? That's not what he's saying. He's saying you will be in heaven, right? Never mind what's up there. Let's get there first, right? He's telling you that heaven is for you. Most people will think, oh, what is the treasure that's up there, right? Oh, let me show treasures up there. No, just get up there. Once you get up there, everything is everything once you get up there, right? Let's just get up there, right? And how does Christ end that verse? And then come and follow me. So you're following him and you haven't done this? Now guess what? He's gonna say he don't know you. Matthew 7, right? He's gonna say, get away from me, you that work iniquity. That's who he's gonna tell that to. Matthew 25 tells us why he says that. Why call ye me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say? What did he say? Go sell all your stuff and give it to the poor. What is he setting up? He's setting up a joyful day for the poor, right? And when you start doing this, you understand why he said that, right? When you see some poor people that been down on the ground, broken and hungry and starving and messed up, when you see them get up and dance and rejoice just because they got a biscuit or something, right? You understand, like, man, this biscuit wasn't nothing to me, right? But man, it was special to these people, right? It was special to them people. And a great big part of it is that they feel like, man, I didn't deserve this. They praise the most high for that, right? And then when you got them going like that, you tell them where it came from, right? I didn't do this. Stop thanking me. God did this, right? Have you ever sought out him? Do you know that he has rules? Do you know that there's a reason why you've been suffering the way you've been suffering? Talk to him, right? The floor is open for you now. They're listening, right? Now, you see what charity does? Charity brings people to the Most High like nothing else does. We trying to get them home. And we have a whole bunch of people telling us a whole bunch of stuff. And that's how you sound. Oh, keep the commandments, right? Follow Christ. Repent, be baptized. Right? Whole bunch of commands. Right? We bombard each other with all of these. Whoa, you got to do this, do that, do this, do that. Right? When they like, man, who done did something for me? They can't understand that. And that's everything that you shut down when you do for them. Now let's talk, right? Now let's talk while I got a mouthful of this sandwich, right? They're listening now. That's why. Go give it to the poor. Give it to the people that need. Why? Because these are the people that the Most High is punishing for being disobedient to him. We know he only does that to his sons, right? And his daughters, right? 22. But when the young man heard that, he went away sorrowful. They don't want to do it. They don't want to give up their stuff, right? For he had great possessions. He was rich, right? Man, I got to give all of that up. Yeah, give it up, man. Give it up and follow Christ. If you haven't done that, you are not following Christ. How do you have abundantly? Grow vineyards, right? That's what it's about. Plant you some food, plant you a vineyard, right? And keep it going. Keep it going. Keep a harvest coming. Man, you never run out of money, right? You got money, you're giving it away, and it's coming back. Fast as you giving it away, it's back, right? All praise to the Most High. That's what kind of men Israelites are supposed to be. You supposed to have a crop, brother, right? We are shepherd kings, right? Since the inception, 23. Since the inception, right? What was Cain and Abel's fight over? Cattle and vegetation, wasn't it? Yeah, that's a natural man, right? Have crops. We should not be going to the grocery store picking nothing out of no package with a barcode on it. And because we're hard-headed, them nanoplastics is tearing us up, right? Why? Because what's the wages of sin? Death. If you do something that the Father would not ought you do, you're gonna die. In the earth, something in the earth is gonna kill you if you're doing something in the earth that the Father don't like. Why? Because he did not miss a stroke with his commandments. His commandments are to protect us, right? And what also protects us? What is it when we're protected? It's love. You're not gonna harm anybody if you love them, right? So, in order for them to be a grocery store, in order for there to be a grocery store somewhere, somebody did not love you. You understand? And you get away from people who don't love you, right? You don't run from them, but you just get away from them. You choose not to be there. You choose to be where love is, right? And you be among people who love you and you love them. And every now and again, you spill into where there is no love, right? And you show them how to love. And that's all we do, right? We don't hate nobody. We're not above anybody. We want to be peaceful among each other. But we are going to go into the belly of that beast. And we're going to see if one of ours is in there. And if it is, we're going to yank him out of the beast's throat, right? And that's what this is about. That's why we street teach, right? And that's why we speak to people. That's why we talk to strangers about Christ, right? Reading on, right? 23. Then said Christ unto his disciples, verily I say unto you, that a rich man shall hardly enter into the kingdom of heaven. So you want to be rich, right? You shall hardly enter. It's not saying you won't, but it's saying, man, it ain't gonna be no accident. It's gonna have to be some things that you doing on purpose to make it, right? You ain't gonna get there by no accident. You're gonna be doing some things on purpose to make it, right? If you're rich. Now now a man with a vineyard, that's the rich man. You know, when that harvest comes in, buddy, and you connect it, and you got a place where that harvest is going, it's in the millions, right? When you see them big old fields, and all of that vegetation done grew, you're a millionaire, fam. You're a rich man. But what are you doing? You get that harvest, you feed your family, you feed all kind of other families, you take a portion of it, you don't get nothing for that. You give that away for free, right? And then you take some money and you sow your field again and you take care of your house. You fix the roof. You do this and that, right? You might buy another car, which was in the long days, it was a donkey, right? A donkey or a camel or something, right? That turned into, you know, whatever you're driving, you know? Same thing. They just made out of steel now, right? Unless you want to do it like the Amish do it. I respect the Amish. They still living like that. They don't deal with nothing with no motor. They don't deal with nothing electronic or none of that, right? All of their wheels is wooden, right? You know, praise the Most High. We got some people like that, you know, but they doing some other weird things, you know. So, you know, we got to be careful with our respect as well, because they do some things and it's like, nah, brother, right? That horn guy still got you, right? You got to be careful. 24. And again, I say unto you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle. It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle, y'all. Now examine that for a minute. You know what a needle is, right? If I'm holding a little needle, the eye of a needle, that's what you put your thread through, right? And then on this side, you have a camel. How is that camel going to get through the eye of your needle, y'all? He's telling you it's impossible, right? What makes this impossible, Christ? Than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. That camel will go through that eye before that man is welcomed, right, into the sapphire or even in the Abraham's bosom, right? Ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen, right? Man, it's laws when you have a vineyard. You got to leave the corners off, right? You got to gate around the inside of your corner trees and leave your corner trees out for people who will pass by and eat. So shout out for y'all if you see them and they got all four corners of their vineyard fenced off. They said to hell with anybody who's walking by, right? Thirsty and hungry and can't bite into an orange. Nah, you can't have one orange off of one of my who knows how many trees, right? That says a lot. That's a wicked person, y'all. Right? And every now and then I see, you know, the corner trees outside of the gate, and you just smile to yourself, you know, you say all praises to the Most High, you know. But yeah, most people in the earth are not gonna do that, right? But man, a camel will go through the eye of a needle before a rich man go into heaven. So how do I have people saying he rich? Yeah, but that don't mean, right? Well, Christ here just said it means, right? And we're gonna listen to these red letters as you should, right? 25. When his disciples heard it, they were exceedingly amazed, saying, who then can be saved? That's a good question, right? That's a good question. Who's going to be saved? I wonder how Christ is going to answer this, don't you? Right? When I read that, man, how many of us are asking that very question? That's a good question, right? Man, who's gonna make it? Christ, they asked him directly, right? 26. But Christ, Yasha, beheld them. He leaned back and looked at them, right? And said unto them, with men, this is impossible. But with God, all things are possible. So you better have the Most High, right? You better have the Most High. And what does the Most High say? Right? How is that possible? Because it ain't gonna be your doing. You're not gonna be moving and shaking to have things this way. You're gonna be listening to him, right? You're gonna be listening to the Most High. And then you're gonna look up and you're gonna say, wait a minute, I'm rich. That's how you good, right? You're good. You're rich. You got it all. But guess what? Your corner trees are out, right? You're deeply rooted in charity. You're feeding so many people, right? And that was the Most High's will, that you have what you have so that all of these people could have, right? That's how. That's how you're going to be rich, and you're still going to be one with the Most High, right? He's feeding the earth through you. So that's the difference in between him and somebody who's going to pocket everything, right? And he's got to make sure he gets his just due for everything that leaves his grip, right? And then we have another type of person. Oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do a little bit of that. Oh, I'm gonna just all right. Just take that, right? Nah. You got to give it abundantly. You got to be what the scriptures call a cheerful giver, right? He's a cheerful giver, ain't he? Mm-hmm. Right. So Christ answered him, right? Then answered Peter, 27. Then he answered Peter and said unto him, behold, look at this, right? We have forsaken all, right? Oh man, we done forsaken everything and followed thee. What shall we have therefore? 28. And Christ said unto them, verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me in the regeneration, when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory, ye also shall sit upon 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. That's what they got for what they walked away from, right? 29. And every one that has forsaken houses, or brethren, or sisters, or fathers, or mothers, or wives, or children, or lands, for my name's sake, shall receive an hundredfold, and shall inherit everlasting life. 30. But many that are first shall be last, and the last shall be first. Oh, he talking, y'all. Woo, he talking. He said all of that, and then he ended it with, hey, there's some people on the earth. They're high, right? They coming down here. And the people who are down here, they're going up there, right? So these things that you're seeing in the earth, you should be able to clearly depict who is of God. If you have a congregation, man, at least once a year, they better be dancing in the street. You understand? Otherwise, who are you? And who sent you? Because it was not the Most High, right? And I know I spent, huh, what, 2012 to 2020, that's 8 years. Add 5 to 8, you got 13. 13 years I was a part of some said organization. I never danced in no street, right? But I gave a lot of tithes and I did a lot for folks, right? And I put myself on the back burner a lot. For what? In 13 years, it didn't come back. So that's got to mean something to you, to you, right? I got out of it. I got out of it what I was supposed to get out of it, right? And that was to understand who brothers are, right? And how they roll over on this and how they're not really for him. I didn't need the news that I got, right? I didn't need the confirmations that came. I already knew because I could tell by how I personally was treated, right? Harm was done. Now, where is anybody that can say I did something to them, honestly, without condemning yourself and getting yourself in trouble with him, right? Say I did something to you, and if I did, let me fix it, right? But I ain't did nothing to nobody, right? I ain't done nothing to nobody. Now, marriage. Let's get back on this marriage. That took us somewhere. It took us where? In a charity. What every time we read a whole chapter, don't that happen? We end up somewhere charity, especially when it's Christ's words, right? Especially when it's Christ's words. Now, these are Paul's words. Let's read it. Now, concerning the things whereof ye wrote unto me, it is good for a man to not to touch a woman, right? Now, is that saying that we shouldn't touch a woman? There's key words in there. Concerning the things whereof ye wrote unto me, right? Now, what was written to him, right? Probably a bunch of debauchery in the church, right? We got to get that on another time. But that's not telling a man not to touch a woman unless they match up with the things, right? Concerning the things whereof ye wrote on to me. So they're writing letters back and forth, right? According to those things, it is good for a man not to touch a woman. 2, nevertheless, to avoid fornication. What is fornication? Relations with two people. That's not your husband. That's not your wife. Y'all gonna do what y'all gonna do, and then y'all gonna part ways. That's fornication. We're gonna go into that. We're gonna go into more of that. Let every man have his own wife. Let every man have his own wife. Why? To avoid fornication. That's why you get married. Because you feel like, man, I'm finna do something immoral before God, right? Pick you a woman. And when you pick her, you better not ever leave her. She's yours forever. So whenever you feel that feeling that made you, right, pick her Go find her. Go find her. Right? Mm-hmm. There it is. Let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband. Two-way street for the man and the woman. Three, let the husband render unto the wife due benevolence. Right? Let the man render, which is to give. Let the man give unto the wife due love. It's due to her. You owe her that love, right? You can't starve her out. Your body ain't yours anymore to just starve her out. And it's going to tell us that, right? So when I say this, I'm only saying this because I read it here. That's not my own mind thinking that and feeling that and saying that. I had to see this in the book, right? Your body is not yours to hoard from her and to keep from her. You got to make time for her, right? She has to understand if you got something and you're late and you got to hurry up, you got to run. She has to understand that, especially if you're doing something, right, for the will of the Most High. She got to understand he come, the Most High come first, baby. You got to wait, right? I'll be back, right? And likewise, also the wife unto the husband, right? So you hear that a wife raped the husband, or R word, Salakia, y'all. That's a lot of the reason why they be cutting me off too, because of my lingo and things like that. I got to be careful with them words, right? You'll hear, you know, about wives and husbands taking it from each other, and it's like they shouldn't have to. You know, how long do you get to do that? You know, you guys have to. Let's just keep reading. Hey, I'm live right now. Jump on the live. Okay. All right. I'm on the live right now. I gotta catch up with you. All right. Yeah, you hear that. You hear stories like that, you know. They shouldn't have to be taking it from each other. We gotta understand, we are not ours alone anymore, you know, and you gotta do your best. You know when somebody is being unreasonable to you, and you know when somebody is really uh not in a position, to engage in certain acts and things like that. And we gotta have a heart of charity in that way too, to give that up, to sacrifice that sometimes, you know, uh if it's gonna cause a problem, you definitely don't want to lose your marriage behind these things, right? So, but everybody has to find it in their hearts to be good, man. And if you're being good in your heart, y'all should be able to work through any situation, y'all, right? Any situation, you should be able to work through it with the heart of First Corinthians chapter 13, right? Uh, so, three, let the husband render unto the wife due benevolence, and likewise also the wife unto the husband, right? Four, the wife has not power over her own body. And I just said this, I just said that, right? And it probably made some of y'all sick to your stomach, right? You probably really didn't want to hear that. You probably was bothered by it coming out of my mouth. But guess what? It was in the very next verse, right? The wife has not power over her own body, but the husband. The husband have some power over her body too. And likewise also the husband. Shout out to the husband who is everything is just me, and my will, my will. No, you got to be there for your wife too. You got to listen for her to be reasonable. And then you got to, oh, okay, yeah, we can work that out. Right? That's having a good heart. Ain't nothing one sided. You always got to think about the other person. Matter of fact, if everybody is thinking about the other person first, right? I think about other people first, right? And then when everybody's all right, okay, I'll take some. You know, if it's a little bit left, I'll take some. You know, the wife has not power over her own, and likewise, also the husband have not power over the body, but the wife. So she's gonna look at you and she's gonna feel away. And she feel like you digging on some other woman or something. She's very in her means to be able to feel like that. You don't have this kind of wife if you talking about adding something else to y'all bed, right? Uh-huh. You guys are important to each other. Each other. It ain't just a man just ruling over a bunch of women, and women ain't supposed to ever feel no way, right? Yeah, they full of emotions, man. They gonna feel ways, right? And according to whatever understanding you have with them, y'all will survive. You'll make it through anything, right? 5, defraud ye not one the other. Man, that's a fraud. They're calling that. You defrauding them when you being unreasonable and it's been a week and all this. You know what I'm saying? That ain't your body to do that. You got a marriage to take care of, right? Except it be with consent for a time. That's a fast. You come together with your spouse, hey, we gonna fast, right? Let's take this time and do what? That ye may give yourselves to fasting and prayer, right? Oh man, we didn't got hit in a way that man, we just got to break out the sackcloth and ashes, right? And that happens to marriages. Oh, we get hit hard. And man, this ain't no time to be, getting into your lustful mind and things like that and getting naked and jumping up and down. And, this ain't no time for that, baby. We need to come over here and hit our knees, huh? And shed some tears together and face this east, right? And abstain from food. Huh? You know, y'all do that together. Y'all consent. You come to a consensus, right? Together. And y'all make that decision together. This ain't just one person saying, "Nah, I ain't giving you nothing," right? This ain't that. This is y'all coming together with the same mind and making the decision to do that, right? For fasting and prayer for the Most High, right? And come together again that Satan tempt you not for your incontinency, right? Yeah. Satan is able to creep in. Oh, he'll creep in. Now, see, we'll ignore that and we'll have all these problems and we'll break up and the kids are split and everybody's all split up. And it's like you fronted on this verse right here. What do you expect? If you play with this, it's going to go wrong. Soon as you say, yeah, I know that says that, but soon as that but hit, you done. You can't expect no good outcome. Don't expect no good outcome because you're rolling over on the Most High. And he has to be the center of any marriage, right? 6, but I speak this by permission and not of commandment. He's saying, I'm saying this because I can, right? Because I'm not breaking up no law by saying this, even though it's not blatant in the commandments. It's what he's saying. So he's about to say something. It's not in the commandments, right? 7, for I would that all men were even as myself, right? He's saying, I'd rather you be like me. What was he? He was a eunuch, right? But every man has his proper gift of God. What is that? A wife is what? Crown to her husband, ain't it? A man who findeth a wife findeth what? A treasure, right? That's a gift from God, ain't it? Every man have his gift of God, one after this manner, and another after that manner, right? His gift of God was, his ministry and the work. We know Paul went hard, right? That was his gift. He chose that over a family, as did Christ, right? As did John the Revelator. 7, for I would that all men were even as myself. He was a eunuch, but every man has his proper gift of God, one after this manner and one after that manner, right? 8, I say therefore to the unmarried and widows. So listen up. This is for you who are unmarried. You ain't got married before. And the widows, you were married. Your husband passed on. This is your message. It is good for them if they abide even as I. That's the cleanest thing to do, right? If you want to be the cleanest that you could be before God, have one partner in your life, right? Have one partner from the beginning of your life to the end. To say, I've only been with one person, right? And that's what he's saying here. It is good for them if they abide even as I, right? If you're unmarried or you're a widow, don't get with nobody. That's better for you, right? If you're unmarried, stay that way, right? And if you're a widow, if you lost your husband, stay that way. Don't remarry, right? And that's if you have the capacity to do that. Now, don't hurt yourself all your life and hate your whole life because you're trying to do this, right? Then that ain't for you. You know, uh, the Most High didn't put that in your soul. If you're laying in the bed and you're burning, or you're looking around and you're seeing other people be married and it's hurting you, and you looking and you going home sad and lonely, and you saying, "Man, I wish I could get married like them, but hey, I gotta live this life, right?" Paul said it is good to abide even as him, right? Nah, that life is not for you. These people who he's talking to, they're gonna live that life and they're gonna love it, right? They're gonna love it. They wouldn't rather have it no other way. They don't feel no way when they look at other married couples, right? They don't lay down in the bed no night and burn, right? He's going to keep talking to us. 9, but if they cannot contain themselves, now, if they cannot contain, let them marry, for it is better to marry than to burn. That's clear, ain't it? So here you are. You feel you getting ready to fall. and you get with somebody and y'all get together and y'all make the agreement that, yeah, we want to do this. Let's do this. And if anybody stops you, that's the doctrine of a devil. Abstaining from marriage, right? Especially things happen now, right? Some people stopped y'all from doing what y'all consented to do. And then guess what? You done ran off. You gave it all you had. You were strong as you could be. And then you fell off and you ended up with somebody that you never even planned to be with. Right? You never planned to be with. Were you wrong for that? Yes, you were wrong. But a wrong was done unto you first when somebody stopped you. We got to be free. Anything that traps your freedom is bondage. The Most High don't stop us from nothing. Be free. Be free according to where it's all right with Him. And we just read that out of Christ's mouth, right? A man should leave mother and father and cleave to his wife. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's well within the means of what the Most High allows. Right? And we see it. People do what they do. They do what they do anyway. Right? A lot of people say, okay, well, forget this church. And then they run off. And they go do what they do. And that's okay before the Most High. Why? Because He was there. He was there. He saw what y'all did. It ain't news to Him. Right? So when you run off and you go before the foot of that bed, face the east and give it to the Most High. And say, we coming before you, Father, and we doing this thing. And we're going to be together forever. If not, y'all better get up out of there because you about to fornicate. If you don't plan on being together forever, don't do it. But that's on grown people to decide, though, right? You know? And that's why so many people have these other people to blame. You did this. I listened to you and this happened, right? You should never put yourself in no position for nobody to point a finger at you, because when they point that finger, guess what? You're not blameless. You're not blameless. You are to blame. I'm telling everybody, do what from doing, because you're going to do that anyway. If you can't stop yourself, what can I say? If you can't stop yourself, right? Everybody's going to do what everybody's going to do, and everybody is going to learn the lessons that they need to learn. And that's clear in this book. The Father knows we're going to make some mistakes. The Father knows some of us is going to hold it down. Shout out to you who would send you to hold it down and never make no mistake, right? But that's what we have grace for. We have grace for what we could not help. We couldn't help it. We had to do what we did, right? And that's between that soul and God, right? But we're always going to tell you first what is good. And that's what Paul just did here. He said it is good that you abide even as I, right? So if you can do that, if you are that small percentage of people on the earth who that was meant for, all praises to the Most High. You are chosen and holy, baby. But, right? Verse 9 starts with a but. He left off at 8 saying that it is good for them if they abide even as I. What verse 9 start with? But. So he's gonna give another, option. But if they cannot contain themselves, if you can't help yourself, then let them marry. Go get married. For it is better to marry than to burn. Now, uh did he suggest that you break any law? There is no law broken in that. There's no law broken in that. Right? Yeah. Ain't no law broken in that. 10. And unto the married I command, yet not I, but the Lord. I'm not saying the other is saying this. He's saying, he's making a clear depiction. This is what the Most High say. Let not the wife depart from her husband, right? As Christ just said on the chapter that we just left from, right? From the beginning, it was not so. So he's with that, right? That's what the Most High said. Not I, but the Lord. Let not the wife depart from her husband. Once y'all get married, it's forever. As I've been saying, right? Man, if you don't plan on being there every day for the rest of your life, and the Father knows if you're feeling it in your heart, like, yeah, we're gonna give it our best shot. But if it don't work, baby, it don't work. But whether it works or not, baby, we're gonna do this tonight. He knows if you're going into it feeling like that, and he might not forgive you for that. It's very well, you know, uh, the ball is in his court that he might not forgive. You might condemn yourself. Be careful, right? And that's how you leave it among adults. You do not belong in no other man's house telling his castle nothing. Nothing. I don't care what the deal is. Any wife, you went outside of your house for somebody else's word, you shouldn't have never done that. You shouldn't have never done that. Because now you trust somebody who ain't even going to be there. They ain't even in your house. They don't even live with you. Right? You done rolled over on this man who speaks from his heart, sometimes even through tears. Right? This sincere man who's the head of your household, who you trust, but you just didn't like what he said, or you thought that maybe he was unlearned, right? If your man is unlearned, then guess what? He is the head of your household, and you are expected to be unlearned beneath him. What you know don't matter. You know better? All praises to the Most High, right? You can make suggestions. Women can suggest. And her man, he might not be ready for that. He might not be on the level with you, right? That's clear. The Most High in Christ and the Holy Spirit, they're speaking louder to some souls than they are with others. And when two people come together, man, the man ain't always smarter than his woman, you know? And what that woman goes into that marriage accepting is that, okay, his mind is beneath mine, but I still got to follow him. I can't, because I'm wiser, start leading my family because I know better. No, leading is still on that man, huh, right? Or else that woman will put herself in trouble with God. And her husband, with his dumb self, right? Well, he'll tell her, all right, well, go ahead on then. And guess whose side the Most High is going to pick? That man, he's going to say, well, go ahead then. Do it your way. Because he knows that he's right with the Most High. And that the Most High is going to side with that man. And she going to go on with all of her good wisdom. And she going to get thrashed down the road somewhere. And she'll be back. Right? Where? To who? Her husband that don't have the mind that she has, but he was right with the Most High. So whatever ain't right, the Most High is swatting it. Whoo, right? Yeah, he's slapping it away from that man. Whoo, it's about to hit him. And the Most High is like, So he's still there, right? He's good and protected the way he was when you left him and you went off and you went dealing with all of these serpents and forbidden fruit and all of that, right? And Adam stayed up under that hedge and he's fine and protected when he comes back, right? He got something for you to crawl back to after you come out, after you done left down the street with all your good wisdom and got thrashed. Now you got to humble yourself and go back home. You're going to walk up on him, right? And he's so protected. He ain't missed a beat. He's fine. And you didn't have to go and get yourself into what you got yourself into. And then that's when you're going to realize that, okay, my safety is here, right? That's what it's about. It's not all about who's wiser all the time. The Most High don't care about that. Because none of us know it all, right? We're all going to continue to learn as we go, right? And guess what? When you get up here, that's as high as it is, right? That's when whatever you gain, it becomes hard to get anymore. And that's when you find your plateau, right? But guess what? This person who you used to call dumb, he don't get stuck where you got stuck. He's like, pew. And now you see what the capacity is, right? All praises to the Most High, right? 11. Oh, no. Let's finish 10. And unto the married I command, yet not I, but the Lord. Let not the wife depart from her husband. Don't leave that man, right? 11. And if she do depart, but if you must leave, sister, let her remain unmarried or be reconciled to her husband, right? When the woman wants to leave, that's what you do, you know? Nobody is saying be a prisoner and stay there. If you want to leave, go on, get out of here. But you better not be fooling around with no other man while you gone. You can't go and then now you got this new friend. Nah, nah. The Most High gonna deal with you about that. You in violation, right? Let her remain unmarried. Or when you get tired of that out there, be reconciled to go home to your husband, right? The one that you left. And if he loved you, he'll be waiting for you. You know, if you have that kind of husband. Now, if you go back and he with somebody, it's going to talk about that too. You desired not to dwell with him when you left. So you might have a marriage when you get back. You might not. And if you don't, he's well within his means. You left. You went against my every word, right? And you left. I begged you to stay. I desire to stay with you. You still left. Let's keep reading. It's going to get into it, right? But if she depart, let her remain unmarried or be reconciled to her husband, and let not the husband put away his wife. Don't put her away. That's still your wife. Long as she ain't messing with nobody, right? But how do we know? We don't know why we don't know why she left. We just know she gone, right? My bed cold that night, right? Because the warmth that kept my bed warm is somewhere else. There you go, right? It's going, man. Verse 12. But to the rest speak I, not the time not saying this. I'm saying this, says Paul. That means this ain't no law. You're not going to find this in the law. That's all he means. He's not saying he's speaking against the Most High. He's saying he's using his better judgment, which the Most High, right? Which there's not in here for, right? It's not blatant. So there's some gray areas and things like that. It's some ways where you're going to show up, you're going to be confused. Which way do I go? What do I do? Right? This is him and his better judgment, right? Not having been to the sapphire or nothing. This is just me and the earth in my mind and what, you know what I mean? What I'm going to do in this situation, right? Now, when you drift into the sapphire, oh, you get filled up with everything, whew, right? The Most High fills you up with all of his stuff, and you come back and you pretty much know right from wrong, right? All praise to the Most High. 13. No, hold up. 12. But to the rest speak I, not the Lord. He's not going against the Most High, right? Now listen. If any bother or if any brother has a wife that believeth not, right? And she be pleased to dwell with him, let him not put her away. What is that saying? If she depart anyway, right? That puts you neck and neck with the person that don't believe. Because from the beginning it was not so, right? You not supposed to marry somebody and leave under no circumstances unless you catch them butt naked with somebody else, right? Or you have proof that they slept around. Can't be no hunch or no intuition or all, it can't be none of that, right? You gotta catch them talking and consenting that yes, this happened between us, things like that, right? You might not have seen it with your eyes, but if you catch them texts, oh baby, it was so good last night. Yes, it was good last night, huh, baby? Did you go blah blah? Oh, you see something like that? Oh, you got the proof, right? But you can't, oh no, because you did this and you left over here and that was happening over there and this and that. And I think you it can't be. You gotta have the proof, right? You gotta have the proof. You know, save it be for fornication, y'all. That's very important. Other than that, you're leaving. I don't want it. You just stupid, right? You just stupid. You're not who I thought you was, and I'm out of here. That ain't no reason to leave nobody. For better or for worse. That means you got to deal with that worse. Sickness and in health. So he can't fall a eunuch due to health problems and then I'm out of here. Right? Can't be like that. Sickness and health. To death do us part. Death has to separate y'all, right? Death or somebody cheated. Them the only two reasons. Or somebody trying to kill you, right? You're not expected to go home if you think he behind the door with a knife or she. A lot of times that's that brother get woke up. Oh, what you done did, right? What you done did to me? Get that knife out of me, right? A lot of the times the woman is the aggressor, man. It's some brothers out there in abusive relationship. It's some brothers getting beat on, right? Nah, you ain't forced to stay with nobody with that, right? They beating you, they put their hands in you. Come on, man. You can't tell nobody to walk into their death. Nah. What is that? That's desiring not to be with them too. It's gonna say it. Come on, let's keep reading it. But to the rest speak I not the Lord. If any brother has a wife that believeth not, right, and she be pleased to dwell with him, let him not put her away. So she don't believe. She done ran off. Don't put her away. Stay with her. Why? It's going to tell us. 13. And the woman which has an husband that believeth not, right? If your husband is rolling over on this, and if he be pleased to dwell with her, let her not leave him, right? So he's falling off on all of these facts, but he's there for you, right? He ain't missing a beat. He desires to be with you. He desires to dwell with you, right? He's respecting what y'all have, right? And that's for any reason, anything they don't believe. You know, you have some people, they husband ain't in the truth at all. Shout out to y'all who talking about somebody is unequally yoked. You know, that ain't according to a marriage, right? Be not unequally yoked together with unbelievers, right? That's not talking about marriage, man. That's talking about people. And we could go to that scripture too and clear that up, right? Uh, Nobody belongs telling you that you're unequally yoked in a marriage, right? It's too late for that. Y'all became one already. You can't become one and then, oh, you don't believe, right? You either knew that they didn't believe when you got with them, or both of y'all didn't believe when you got together, and now the Most High done scooped you up, right? You can't expect the Most High to scoop everybody up. The Most High don't want everybody, right? Yeah, but guess what? It's going to keep on talking to us. Why? Why is this? Right? Why shouldn't why shouldn't y'all leave each other? Because one don't believe. 14. For the unbelieving husband is sanctified by the wife. She's praying, right? You could bet she's covering you, right? You don't believe. She does. She prays, she's in the prayer, she's including you. And the father is staying off of you because of her prayers. All of us had those grandmothers and all of that, right? While we was running the streets, and somebody else's prayers can indeed sanctify you. We're reading it here, right? All praises to the Most High for those who prayed for us when we didn't know no better, right? Yes, yes, yes. Else were your children unclean, right? And we know the Most High ain't mad at no child that didn't have no say so that he sent here. You know, if the Most High sent a child here, right? He ain't sending no child uh into something that he don't agree with, right? He saw it fit to send you a child. So if you cheat on your wife and then, baby, I'm pregnant, you got to question, man, what is that about? What is the Most High trying to say? You in some deep stuff, buddy. You better come clean to everybody and all that, right? You better take a baby home and all of that. You better take a baby and another woman home, right? That's what a man of God would do. Take that woman and that baby home and whatever, hey, what is this going to be? We all going to get along, or whoever's leaving, go. Whoever's staying, it's me and you, baby, right? That's what you do in that situation. And that's, it's reasons like that that these men, they wind up with another wife, right? And that we're going into that chapter next. That's the next chapter we're going into, right? Man, it's the reason why all of this tied it is. But guess what? If everybody know love and know how to love and know how to be a friend, we don't have any of these problems. You see that? You see how love does no ill to his neighbor. If you did that to your wife or your husband, you're doing ill to him. That's when the law is broken. Y'all seeing this clearly? It's clear and it's simple. It's not hard. It's not grievous, right? That's easy to understand. Unless you want to bank on this fact and that fact, and you want to break this law and you want to be able to do this, so you don't make this so clear to the people, right? You leave muddy waters. Why? So that you can play games. So that you can play games, buddy. What is that called? Guile. That's called guile. And that's going to be checked at the door, ain't it? Most High in Christ, they're going to check it. No guile should enter, right? You got to be pure hearted. Oh, man. You can't fool the one that made your mind. And you can't feel deeper than the one that gave you your heart. Ain't going to be no excuse. Ain't one. Right? But, right? We get that, right? For the unbelieving husband is sanctified by the wife. That wicked man, he's sanctified by your prayer, sister. Right? And the unbelieving wife is sanctified by the husband. That wicked woman that don't want to submit and all of this and blah, blah. Brother, she's sanctified by your prayer. Right? You can't pray and then say she got a week to get it together. What if the Most High said 2 weeks? You can't pray and she got a year to get it together. What if the Most High gave her 2 years to be ignorant? Right? Yeah. So, you know, the either spouse is sanctified by the other person. Else were your children unclean. So the children you had then, you're saying that something's up with the children, right? Are your children unclean? With this spouse that you got with that don't believe in the Most High, or this spouse that you got with, right, who want to leave now and fall off and go against the they twain, right? They're going against they twain shall be one flesh. They're going against that. Oh, I want to leave. They're putting them in the same basket with the unbeliever. Now, it's talking about both of them, right? Because either way, you got a broken marriage, don't you? or you have a marriage that's threatened. You're on the way, you're on the verge of losing this marriage, ain't it? This is telling you what to do in that situation, right? But if the unbelieving depart, let him depart. Wait a minute. Back to 14. Else were your children unclean. Your children ain't unclean, right? It answers that. But now are they holy? Your children are holy, right? Your children are sacred, right? It's it's a holy thing that a seed come out of that. You know how many people are having sex in the world and no child is coming out of it? It's a lot of that going on in the earth to the point that where somebody belly start growing, that's holy. That's what holy is, right? Set apart, set apart. It's a whole lot of stuff going on in the earth. Everything ain't producing no baby, right? Yeah. It called it holy, not me. Now are your children are holy, right? Children is the inheritance of the Most High, right? According to the precepts. 15. But if the unbelieving depart, now if they leave now, if they leave, y'all, right? Let them depart. Let them go. A brother or sister is not under bondage in such cases. You don't gotta wait. You don't gotta sit here for 5 years for them to get their head together somewhere else. You know, if you want to do that, if you love them that much, that's your choice. But you are not obligated to. That's what this just told us. But if the unbelieving depart, let him depart. A brother or a sister is not under bond in such cases, but God has called us to peace. He's called you to peace. What is peace? Whatever you want. Whatever makes you peaceful. If another spouse makes you peaceful, then that's in your cards. You're free to do that, right? 16. For what knowest thou? What do we know? O wife, whether thou shalt save the husband. You don't know. Or how knowest thou, O man, right? Whether thou shalt save the wife. Maybe the Most High never chooses your wife or husband, right? Maybe he never chooses them. Maybe they was born pit material. Harsh as it sounds, right? It's a privilege for him to choose you and start talking to you, and you start hearing him and hearing his voice and worrying about if you're pleasing him or not, right? He don't do that to everybody. Some people will never care if they please the Most High or not, right? I deal with that when I come face to face with him. But while I'm down here in this earth, I'm going to have everything the way I would have it. And what scripture is that speaks to them? He who loves his life shall lose it, right? And he who hates his life shall gain it on the life eternal, right? Why? Because you hated things. When you first heard it, oh, I gotta give that up. And you hated hearing that. You hated your life in those moments. But guess what? You got to weaving and working your way through the earth, and you found your way in righteousness to be okay with these things. How many of us have done that? A lot of us, huh? Right? We latched on to the Most High's will for us, right? And then we look back and said, man, I would be dead. I was cruising straight. I was cruising straight for a bullet or a knife or a jail cell for the rest of my life, huh? All praises to the Most High for pulling us out of those minds that we were in, right? 17. But as the Most High has distributed to every man, as the Lord has called everyone, So let him walk. So, according to the way that the Most High has called you, whatever is being said to you in your head, walk like that, right? Walk like that. Because some of us, we going to do wrong, but hey, if the Most High ordained that for you and you go down the tubes for that, who can tell you something? Who can tell you something about that? Nobody can tell you nothing about that. That was the Most High's will for you to go down the drain. Everybody's talking to you. All of this word of the Most High is flying around. You ain't receiving none of that. If you get to the end of your life and you ain't heard nothing nobody was telling you, then the Most High did not give you a pair of ears, clearly, right? You lived a life in this earth for some other purpose. Maybe it was to say something to somebody. Maybe it was to harm somebody and them get over their hurdle of the things that's going on in their heart, right? That they never would have had to work through if you didn't harm them. Maybe that was your only purpose for being born, right? And I hope it's not. I hope that's not you. I hope that's not you, right? So any one of us at any time can make the conscious decision that, man, I'm going to go after the Most High's heart, right? I'm going to go after the Most High's heart, and I'm not going to stop, Father, till you accept me. I am your child, right? You can make that your reality. And that's how you submit yourself to him. And he's looking and he's like, yeah, whatever. And he's looking, yeah, okay. Right? But one day, y'all, one day he gonna look, he gonna say, man, you've been going hard for me. You really mean what you're saying, don't you? Okay, come on, you one of my children. And then you're right, and then it's a two-way street, right? We have a scripture to tell us if we take a step toward him, he'll take a step toward us. So take a step toward him, right? All praises to the Most High. But it's a whole bunch of people running around thinking that, they get to choose the most. We don't choose the Most High, right? He got to choose us, right? So get on your mission. Get on your mission of being accepted by him. That part. 17. But as the Most High has distributed to every man, as the Lord has called everyone, right? If you in this earth, you were called. So let him walk. Walk according to the way, your conscience is talking to you, right? Because when the Most High is ready to speak to you, that's how he's going to do it. You're just going to start getting thoughts. Oh, do this, do that, do this. And it's going to be righteous stuff. And it's going to pull you out of the mud that you was born in, right? The Most High choose us, y'all, right? So when you get convicted and all of that, that's him talking, right? The end of 17 says, and so ordained I in all churches, right? So the Most High gave his consent first. You see that? The Most High gave his first. When he said, every man, uh, according to how he's been called, walk according to that. That was the Most High's will. And then Paul's will was when he latched on to the Most High and said, and so I ordain, right? In all churches. What is the church? That's where people walking in off of the streets looking for the Most High, right? So how do we have these churches and these people? Their heart ain't after the Most High, right? Because we used to call this on the block a showstopper. We got a showstopper out there, y'all. You ain't nobody. You on the streets, right? And then all of a sudden, you want God. What you gonna do? You're gonna do the same thing I did. You're gonna stumble into some Christian church on some corner somewhere, right? And if the Most High bless you, you're gonna oh, this ain't it. And you're gonna leave out of there, right? You're gonna leave up out of there. Now, the first time I went to church looking for the Most High with all my heart, I was locked up, right? So don't differentiate that from somebody who's stumbling into the church on the corner. That was me too. I got out of jail and I did that, right? And if I would have been free, that would have been where we go looking for God. That's where we go looking for him, right? The Christian church. And if the Most High should bless you, you're not going to stay there. Oh no, this place is wow. And you're going to leave out of there, right? A lot of us did that. We found out we was Israelites, right? We found out we was Israelites, and then what we do? We went to another showstopper, right? They are the McDonald's of religion, you know? They're the McDonald's. They're flipping a fast burger, but it's going to kill you, right? It's going to give you cancer, ain't it? Same thing. Same thing. Organized religion, right? That ain't trying to build no nation, but they trying to build some church of theirs, right? And this is the only church that's the church of Christ. I know it's a lot of people out there talking about they're the churches of Christ, right? This is the way these guys feel, not me. I don't feel like this, right? Disclaimer, right? Christ is everywhere. He's moving through everybody, right? But it's a maze, you know, and you're blessed to make it out. You have to be guided by the hands of the Most High in Christ to make it out of this maze. It's full of traps, and it's only one good way out, right? But you making a left and a right. You know how a maze is, and you running down this hallway, and you don't know that the floor is gonna cave in down this hallway. Oh, right? He's gone. Good riddance, right? And then it's another one. He come around. He don't see, right? That it's a razor blade clothesline right there. You can't see it when you're running until it take your neck off. You going down this hallway. Oh, right? And that's what's happening every which way, every turn. Somebody going down the drain, y'all. It's this movie I like. It's called Cube. It's a movie called Cube, y'all. Pull that movie up and watch that movie, y'all. It's called Cube. And they in this cube. And they go through all of these rooms. And it's only, you know, a few ways out. And if you could go through one of them ways, then you get out of the side of that cube, you get back out into the free world, right? But it's something going on in every one of them rooms. All kind of Salakia, all kind of harm coming, right? Some of them, they go in the room and they shut the door. Oh, it's gas, right? And then they run. And some of them make it out, but some of them die by that gas, right? It's other ones. They go in the room and then boom, nails, right? And nails go flying and, you know, cool. But it's one safe path of rooms that just lead out of that place, right? And that's much like what this is like, man. Without the Most High in Christ, we in trouble, y'all. And that's why you don't play with him. You don't come halfway to him. He gonna come halfway to you. He gonna let you think you got it, right? And then only just to find out you don't got it. You don't have it, right? And he set up organized religion for you to see clearly one day, okay, you have that, and then you have me. Who's gonna choose him? Ain't nothing attached to the Most High. The Most High is himself. It ain't no congregation or nothing nowhere that we can say this is the Most High. No, the Most High is him, and the people who claim to follow him, they are them. And the second you see that funny stuff going on, you got to latch on to the Most High. Soon as you see brothers getting did wrong and you see harm coming upon people, which love does no ill to his neighbor, and you stay, huh, you in trouble. You got everything coming that you got coming, right? You got to get away from there, right? You got to get away. That's the Most High's will. It does no ill to his neighbor, right? Paul say, so ordain I in all the churches, right? Oh, he about to go in. 18, is any man called being circumcised, right? Let him not become uncircumcised, right? If you a brew, be a brew. You better not go backwards. Once you proclaim one of these 12 tribes, you better stay on it, right? You can't become uncircumcised, right? Is any called in uncircumcision? Let him not become circumcised. Don't start talking about you an Israelite. You don't got to do that. It's okay to be a Gentile and roll with us, and you know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's A1, right? 19, circumcision is nothing. And uncircumcision is nothing. It don't matter, right? The Most High will keep both of y'all out of hot lava. But the keeping of the commandments of God, that's everything. Obey the Father, right? And if you do that, man, some of y'all gonna find out that you're Israelites when you get to the throne. Because of some old great grandfather way back there, right? Looked at like me, right? And then they got with a white person, right? Or Arabic, or you know what I mean, whoever. And then the children start looking different, right? Pops, Pops was an Israelite. He got with a woman that wasn't an Israelite. They had kids, and then Pops died. You grew up under mom, right? You grew up under all of mom's people. She's Arabic. You know what I'm saying? So you got with an Arabic woman. So you still got the blood of your pop, but she's straight Arabic. But you're coming with two bloods. You're mixed, so you looking Arabic and everything halfway. Your skin's a little dark, you got a different kind of hair, but your child is going to look straight Arabic. And then he gets with another Arabic, right? Oh, Pop's lineage is lost somewhere back there. You don't know you used to look like that. 6 grandfathers down the line, right? So that's what's going on, y'all. Titus 3 and 9. You know, Titus 3 and 9, y'all. It's foolish to fight over that. And it's foolish to look at somebody and think you know their lineage. Always believe all things. If we're believing all things the way 1 Corinthians 13 tell us to be, then we'll be careful with that. I don't know what you are. I know what you look like. You look like Judah. I'm going to talk to you like Judah. You tell me you're African American, you look like Judah. Okay. Sometimes you look like Judah, and then you start to talk like this, man. And you're like, oh, okay. Oh, Benjamin. Okay. We look just alike. You don't know until a brother start talking. Some brothers look like me. They start talking straight Spanish, never spoke a word of English in their life. Oh, okay. Well, you from Colombia, right? Colombian brother. Speak straight Spanish, never spoke a word of English in his life, right? Cuban, right? Yeah, that ain't saying nothing, right? So be careful looking at people and thinking you know what they are. Nah, we don't do that. We don't delve into that. You know, we don't go too deep into that. We believe all things. Could be not, right? But It's a lot of people out there, man, they ready to destroy theyself, worried about that. And it's like, nah, that contention, right? It don't solve anything for anybody. And we could get that scripture. It's very clear. Titus 3 and 9, y'all don't let me forget. You know, we'll go into that another time, but we're gonna stay on this topic. Right? 19, circumcision is nothing, and uncircumcision is nothing. What's everything? Them commandments. Because if you ain't keeping them commandments, it don't matter. What vessel you came into the earth in, buddy. You're going down the volcano, right? You're out of there. 20, let every man abide in the same calling wherein he was called, right? Stay as you were, according to lineage, right? So that don't mean be Judah and think you a Gentile and find out that you an Israelite and stay a Gentile. No, you're not going to be judged according to how the Gentiles are judged, right? If you believe you know you were called an African American, that's Judah. You gotta fall under the tribe of Judah, right? And you gotta fix yourself according to that, and you gotta walk according to that. If you should believe it, right? Don't be believing and still rolling over on it, right? But us who don't believe, what can we say to them? They don't believe, right? 21, art thou called being a servant? Care not for it. Oh man, they don't read this book, y'all, and they don't ascribe to it. Art thou called being a servant? Care not for it. But if thou mayest be made free, use it rather. Right? Use that. Use freedom. Use rather that. Right? 22. For he that is called in the Lord, being a servant, is the Lord's free man. Likewise, also, he that is called being free is Christ's servant. So, you ain't no servant to no man. If you have your father speaking to you and telling you something, can't no man jump in between you and the Most High and say, no, you stay under. Nah, that's what that's telling us. Be free. That's what that's telling us. Be free. That's what that's telling us, to be free. All right. Hold on. Let me get back to this. 23. Ye are bought with a price. Be ye not the servants of men. So know the difference in between a man using you and the Most High using you. Right? 24. Brethren, let every man wherein he is called therein abide with God. Choose the Most High over every other circumstance. And that's for every servant in every way that you can be a servant. Whose servant are you? Right? If you're a servant of men, it told us, be free. And once you're free, then be a servant to Christ. Right? Either way, you're going to be free and a servant, both ways. But don't be free from Christ and be another man's servant. Right? Don't let life do you like that. Right? Clear depiction, y'all. Right? Brethren, let every man wherein he is called therefore abide with the Most High. 25. Now concerning virgins, I have no commandment of the Lord. Yet I give my judgment as one that has obtained mercy of the Lord to be faithful, right? He don't got no commandment for no virgin, right? And that's a man and a woman, right? We know they were called virgins who are not defiled with women. And also, a woman is called a virgin as well, right? When she's ready for marriage, when she's of marrying age, right? So he's saying, y'all ain't getting busy. Stay as you were, right? I have no commandment for you. Yet I give my judgment as one that has obtained mercy of the Lord. The Most High is with me. So I can talk to you, is what he's saying. I can give you my decision making, which is a judgment. I can make a decision with you and extend this decision to you, right? So he's about to tell him something as being faithful. He has mercy. He has obtained mercy of the Most High as being faithful, right? 26. I suppose, therefore, that this is good for the present distress, right? I say that it is good for a man to be so. It's good, right? To be a virgin. 27. Art thou bond unto a wife? Seek not to be loosed, right? So if you married, stay there. Art thou loose from a wife? Seek not a wife, right? So don't move. If you're okay, be okay, is what he's saying. Don't get after nothing, right? But if you should look up and you're falling in love, hey, all praises, go after that. But don't look at the world and think just because that's the way it is for most, that it got to be that way for you. It doesn't. Stay single, right? That's what he's saying. 28. But if thou marry, thou has not sinned, right? So that, like I said, if you look up, you falling in love, all praises. Do that, right? You has not rolled over on the law. And if a virgin marry, right, she has not sinned. Neither such shall have trouble in the flesh, right? But I spare you. That's what he means. He ain't got no commandment for them. He spares you, right? Okay, you free. Go ahead. But this I say, brethren, the time is short. It remaineth that both they that have wives be as though they had none. Right? 30. And they that weep as though they wept not. Right? And they that rejoice as though they rejoice not. And they that buy as though they possessed not. So what is he saying with all of that? He's saying your life is your life right now, but if your life must change for the Most High, let that joker change, right? That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying, y'all. If you weep, be as if you wept not, right? If you got a wife, be as if you had no wife, right? If you rejoice, be as if you rejoice not. Don't get comfortable with nothing, right? And they that buy, be as if they possess not. Don't get hung up on this life and bought. Be ready to skate out in 60 seconds, right? That's what he's saying. 31. And they that use this world as not abusing it, for the fashion of this world passeth away. right? Don't get hung up on none of that stuff, y'all. Use it, abuse it, do what you're going to do with it, but make sure when it's time to go, you walk away from that, right? And that's what they expect. When you look up and things ain't right where you're at, man, walk away from that to be with the Most High, right? Blatantly, don't look up at your life and can't walk away from it for the Most High. If things ain't right, you better get up out of there. Straight up. You know what I'm saying? That's what he's saying. Or you tell me what he's saying. Clearly. And they that use this world, right? And not abusing it, for the fashion of this world passeth away. Be careful with what you get attached to in this world. Because Satan is hiding in a lot of this stuff, y'all. All of this stuff, really. We ain't safe nowhere. Right? It ain't in the earth yet, y'all, but it's coming. It's here. He's building it now. He's building it, y'all. 30. Let's read that again. And they that weep as if they weep not. What that mean? Oh, oh man, you weeping, right? Be as if you weep not. Suck it up. Okay, it's all good. Ain't nothing, right? I ain't attached to nothing, right? You gotta condition yourself and you gotta train yourself. You gotta be trained. You gotta become somebody who is not this weeping, right? You better suck it up. Be as if you not, right? You to rejoice. That's jumping up and down. Like, yeah, I'm so happy. Be as if you stop dead in your tracks. Don't jump again, right? Oh, okay. It ain't nothing. What is this? Maturity. Be mature, y'all. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, put away childish things, right? Telling you, he to rejoice, be as if you rejoice not, right? And they that buy, you got all this stuff, right? Oh, all of this stuff. Oh, this big old life I done built for myself. And then what happened? Satan start rolling you over because he know you got all this stuff that you ain't gonna want to walk away from. So then he got you where he wants you. Now he gonna start pushing stuff on you and flipping you and turning you. And he just turn you like a rotisserie, right? He turn you a little bit at a time, but you cooking, right? Because he got you where he wants you. And then the next thing you know, you cooked. Oh, you didn't jump off that stick when you was turning a little bit, but that fire was on you and he was roasting you, right? That's what he does. That's how he get us, y'all. That's how Satan get us. And this is saying, man, don't do that. Be willing. Man, I'm willing to leave anything, right? I said a long goodbye. It took me 2 years, right? But I came back knowing what I had to do, right? I knew that wasn't it. I had to go. I had to go, y'all. And I said a long goodbye. And then I left, right? All praise to the Most High. Don't get hung up on nothing, y'all. Go. Go. And what the Most High told me was so vivid that, man, I didn't have nothing on them folks. But I still had to do what I done. I had to go. Right? I had to break the news. I am no longer with this church, y'all. And I said it. And then a bunch of stuff came after that, and we know what came after that. We'll go into it, whenever you want to. But we reading this right now. Let's keep reading this. Right? 31. Why? Because, right? Use this world. Use it as not abusing it. Don't abuse it though. Why? For the fashion of this world past, it's going down the tubes, y'all. If the Most High put a sinkhole in the earth, boom, and everything just starts sucking into that hole that he didn't put in the earth, right? Anything you grab, it's sucking you down that hole. You better not grab on to nothing. Oh no, I can't let this go. It's gonna drag you right down in that hole. And the Most High don't care about none of this stuff. He's punching holes in the earth. Boom! And then everything's just sucking into them holes. And y'all trying to reach and grab, right? And you grabbing on to stuff. Nah, you better let that stuff go down that hole. You better grab on to him, right? That's what we do. We grab the Most High and let all of that stuff just go on down that hole. Let it go, right? 32. This is real talk that I'm talking to y'all. 32. But I would have you without carefulness. Don't care for that stuff, right? He that is unmarried careth for the things that belongeth to the Lord, right? So, man, now this ain't for you brothers to go leaving families, but you who is without marriage, you never been married, man, bury yourself in the Most High, right? Because the man that is without a family and all of that, man, he don't got a family to weigh him down. He's free for the Most High, right? Oh, he gets to go in for the Most High. And that's what that just said, not me, right? So we have people, they're not going to go say the scripture said this. They're going to go say, Bronze said this, right? And we're reading this book together, ain't we? 32. But I would have you without carefulness. He that is unmarried careth for the things that belong to the Lord. How he may please the Lord. Right? And not to say that if you got a family, you don't care about the Most High, but you can't deny that, yeah, now you got to deal with your sons and daughters and your wife, right? And they ain't always going to understand. Sometimes you're going to have to break their heart in the name of the Most High, right? You know how that feels. You want something that the Most High got you on, and man, it's turning your family upside down, right? And you standing on it. You standing 10 toes on it because you like, nah, the Most High is more important. Y'all gonna understand or you ain't, right? But I'm gonna do what he want me to do. Ain't that how it is? Yeah, that's how it is. 33. But he that is married careth for the things that are of the world, right? So he's calling your house the world. Why? Because it's differing from the Most High. Is that not your house? Yeah, that's your house. Do you want to believe with all your heart that your house is of the Most High? Yeah, you want to believe that. But guess what? Your house in the Most High, when they start doing that, you better pick the Most High, is what this is saying, right? So if this is turning you against your house, you think it ain't turning you against that raggedy church? You think it ain't turning you? Oh, come on now. Come on now. We talking. That book is talking to you, ain't it? 33. Man, y'all stop getting caught up on all of this stuff. Whatever it may be. The Most High is the Most High alone. Not the life you built, not all of this stuff you have, right? It's telling us all of that. Not your wife and husband, not, you know what I'm saying? Not all of the stuff you bought, right? All of that stuff. It's breaking it down, you know? Not all of the things you bought and possessed, not all of your joys, not all of the things that make you happy. Man, the Most High is going to bring that stuff to a head. That's how he is. He wants us to choose him over everything. Everything, y'all. Yourself, right? Choose the Most High over yourself. We're going to keep on reading. 34. There is a difference, right? Also between the wife and the virgin, right? The unmarried woman careth for the things of the Most High, right? My wife got that my wife got that testimony, right? That she may be holy both in the body and in the spirit, but she that is married careth for the things of the world. Right? The Most High go out the window to a sense when you got other people to take care of, right? You got to leave your prayer closet and go cook dinner, right? That's what this is saying, right? He or how she may please her husband now. She got to please her husband now. My wife got this testimony that, hey, the Most High was talking to me. Me and the Most High, we had it going on. I was fasting left and right, right? I had this tight communication with the Most High, and you know what I'm saying? And then I got with you, and the Most High, he stopped talking to me. I'm like, because he talking to me for the whole family now. That's why he stopped talking to you, right? And she getting ready to leave me for that. I'm like, nah, right? That's your confirmation, right? All praises to the Most High. Let me put some gas in my generator right quick. Commercial break, y'all. I'll be right back. All praises. All right, we got a minute, y'all. I think I got about 40 more minutes on the generator before I gotta go into town. Right. So we was at uh 35. And this I speak for your own profit, not that I may cast a snare upon you. Right. So he's not he's saying I'm not telling you this, right? To break you down, right? I'm telling you this for your profit, right? And not to cast a trap. Snare is a trap, right? I'm not trying to trap you with this information, right? But for that which is comely, right? And that you may attend upon the Lord without distraction. That which is comely, that which is good looking, right? A lot of things are going to look good, they're not going to be good, right? But this looks good and, right, it's going to keep you with the Most High. And it's going to keep you from distraction, is what 35 just said, right? 36. But if any man think that he behave himself uncomely toward his virgin, if she pass the flower of her age and need so require, let him do what he will, right? He sinneth not, let them marry, right? Oh my goodness, what did he just say? But if any man think that he behave himself uncomely toward his virgin, if you lay with her anyway, right? And she passed the flower of her age, right? You break her in with that, right? She passed the flower of her age and need so require, let him do what he will. He sinneth not. Let them marry. So that just proved right there that sex consummated marriage. I know a lot of y'all say it don't. That just says it did, right? Because what is a consummation? What does it even mean to consummate? That's the end of a thing, right? That's the sealer, right? That's the sealer right there. The consummation. Oh, okay. You could have backed out any other time, but when you consummate and you get that flower, it's too late. You can't back out, right? So we have some people, they done fornicated now. They done laid down. And oh, it counts for nothing. You know who wants to do that? Some people that don't want to commit. They wanted to have the sex. That's what they did. They had some sex, and now they don't want to be married to that person. Understand that. Understand that that's who's telling you that sex does not consummate a marriage, right? People with every intentions to never go anywhere else, they like, buddy, we married. We might have skipped them steps getting here, but that don't take away the facts. That don't take away the fact that we sealed this thing, buddy. If you laid down, you sealed it. You might not have, you might have fell off all the other stuff. But when you laid down, buddy, you sealed it. And the Most High expects y'all to be together forever. So we got these people, they done laid down, and then they said, oh, okay, we fornicated. Oh, okay, we gonna pray. Oh, repent to the Most High. I'm sorry, Most High, I fornicated. And then they gonna try to go off and looking for another marriage somewhere. Nah. You gotta understand who's saying what and why. And they want to muddy the waters so that they could still look like you who honor marriage, right? They want to still look like you. They don't want to be cut off from you. And they don't want you looking at them like they less of a worshipper or something like this, right? And that's why they coming with that. But it ain't no doubt, if you lay down, buddy, you consummated a marriage, right? You consummated, buddy. End of it. This just said it, right? Let's read it again. But if any man think that he behave himself uncomely, what is that? You did an ugly act, right? Toward who? Toward his virgin, right? She was a young woman of marrying age. You guys were courting. Things happen. It got heated one night, right? How many of us have this story? And you went on, you did what you did. Why? Because who were you holding back from? Some church, some organization. You and this man, and you know, this woman and this man is looking at each other. Man, we ready to do this right now. We ready to do this tonight, right? I love you. I don't ever want nobody else but you. We living like we husband and wife already. We do everything together. We go everywhere together, right? We inseparable. We land in the same house every night, some of them, right? Land in the dark every night. For how many nights? We gonna do this thing. And guess what? The Most High was present, right? And the Most High was with you on that. He don't care. He don't care about what them people said. He don't care about what your church said. He don't care about that. He don't care about what these false leaders said. He know what he told you. And he the one got y'all together. He the one put y'all able-bodied there in that room that night in that bed. The Most High done that. And what he say? What he has brought together, let no man put asunder, right? What he has joined together. So everybody can feel the way everybody feels in this earth. But at the end of the day, these people in this room that know that the Most High is looking down on them and they consummate in that bedroom that night, tell me he don't turn around and bless their marriage. He turn around, he give them children, they hit levels, they grow. You know, some of y'all are on this live, right? And you're receiving, you know, the way of the sapphire. You're receiving that. You ain't cut off from that, right? I consummated like that. You know, no church told me nothing, and I didn't go get no papers from no government either, or no ring or nothing, right? Me and my wife, we had known each other many years. And we came together under studies and all of that, right? And we prayed to the Most High, right? And we sealed it. We faced the east and we prayed, and that didn't stop me from drifting into that realm. So who can tell us we're wrong? Me and you. Who can tell us? Right? All praises to the Most High. Ain't nothing wrong. Everything is right, baby. Right? 36. But if any man think he behaved himself uncomely, if you think you did something wrong, toward who? Toward his virgin. Right? If she passed the flower of her age, right? Whatever age she is, she consummates, right? That's what you took. You took the flower, right? And need so require, let him do what he will, right? He sinneth not. You did not sin. Clearly, y'all. How does the verse end? Let them marry. Let them be together then. So you have somebody telling you something else, right? Yeah, okay. But what did that just say? 37. Nevertheless, he that standeth steadfast in his heart, having no necessity, but has power over his own will, and has so decreed in his heart that he will keep his virgin, doeth well. It's nothing wrong the other way either. You want to keep it all in front of everybody and all it is? right? And not touch each other and then come together on that great big wedding day and all blah blah, right? Then do it. You do well if you do that, right? Long as people are guiding you properly in the Most High, ain't nothing wrong with that, y'all. If you guys ain't tripping and you're strong and they telling you, okay, well, we gonna do it this, y'all gonna court this long, and we're gonna, they're not wrong in doing that. They're wrong when uh they come down on you and make you feel like you on your way to hell because you and your spouse couldn't contain yourself one night, right? And then they boot you all out of the church. You know, they wrong for that, man. They should not be doing that. They wrong for that. You know, they got to respect that. Well, we had what we said. Y'all disobeyed us, not the Most High, right? And if brothers didn't have gal, they wouldn't have a problem admitting that. Okay, you rolled over on us. You know, we wouldn't rather you had done that. You know, but that's where they fall off at. That's where they're not honest at. You know, don't be condemning people like you got a hell to put them in. We're reading here. That's not the case. You know, that's not the case. That's a forgivable sin, right? That is not the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, right? 38. So then he that giveth her in marriage doeth well, but he that giveth her not in marriage doeth better, right? So what does that mean? So then he that giveth her in marriage, however, if you had the wedding or not, but you stay with her, that's giving her in marriage, right? He does well. He does well. You can't say he did nothing wrong. But he that giveth her not in marriage, that's him that he don't touch her, right? Maybe he held off for the marriage. Maybe he backed off forever, right? Maybe he didn't marry her, but he didn't touch her either. Guess what? But he that giveth her not in marriage doeth better. You went off, you stayed alone, you didn't marry anybody, you stayed like Paul, right? You stayed with your work in the Most High. You didn't raise the family. You did even better because you sacrificed yourself for the Most High. And you stayed in the Most High and you dedicate your life and work. You dedicated your life and work to the Most High, right? There's no shortage of families because you did that, right? Oh, there's still a whole bunch of bumping and grinding and kids going on in this earth, right? If you want to sacrifice yourself to the work of the Most High, you ain't taking nothing away from the families of the earth, right? We got enough people that's going to pull up and have these babies, right, for the earth and for the kingdom, right? He doeth well. He doeth even better than the person who failed, or even the person who waited it out and consummated properly, you know. But we got a whole bunch of people saying sex don't consummate no marriage, or the S word, right? Saying that the S word don't consummate no marriage. And guess what these people are doing? Man, they jumping around. Man, they bumping around through so many people. Watch them. Watch how many people they've been through. Watch how many people they keep pulling up with talking about this my wife and husband, right? But sex don't consummate. Oh, and that's why Christ told that woman in that village, you have 5 husbands in this village, woman. Pick one and go get him. Remember that? Come on now. If you want to, if you want to understand it, it can be understood, right? It's gonna be time over for games, and you're gonna have to stop, and you're gonna have to fess up and be who you really claiming you are. And that's a servant of the Most High, right? With no interruptions. With no interruptions, right? Glory be unto his holy name. 39, the wife is bound by the law as long as her husband lives. Long as he alive, you're expected to be with him, right? But if her husband be dead, she is at liberty to be married to whomever she will. If he dead, right? Only in the Lord, right? So if your husband in the Most High pass off, don't go get somebody who ain't in the Most High. Keep it in the Most High. Pick from another man that you trust of the Most High that is good and suitable for y'all, right? Don't slide backwards. If you deal with a man that's not of the Most High, he gonna take you that way, right? The man dominates the home. I don't care. I don't care what man you choose. He's gonna dominate your home. You know, 40. But she is happier if she so abide, right? After my judgment. And I think also that I have the spirit of the Most High. So he said that to say what? That all of everything he just talked about in First Corinthians chapter 7, even though in the parts where he says I not the Lord, he says he thinks he has the spirit of the Most High. And he's just being humble about it. You know, he's being humble about it. He know good and well he's with the Most High, right? And the Most High is with him, or else this would not be in our Bible, right? He is of the spirit of the Most High, but a lot of things were not clear. This is him seeing through a glass darkly, and guess what? He's on point, right? This is damage control, right? This is speaking to the marriage that didn't go right. Now they're trying to leave each other, and it's showing them how to leave each other, right? This is of the people who are courting, right? And they're in the room and they about to do what they gonna do, right? If you could be strong enough, walk away. That's what this is saying. But man, you didn't walk away. You was weak, right? Y'all courting, y'all done fell, y'all done jumped up and down on each other and got the cookie and the flour and all of that, right? Now what do we do? What do we do now? Do we break up? Do we remind each other forever of how we disobeyed the Most High? No. You consummated very well, is what this is saying, right? Don't go jumping out the window now that y'all fell one night, right? You're married, be together forever, right? That's what this means. Don't come down on yourself and count yourself a sinner because you have not sinned. And if you're saying you did, then you're saying Adam and Eve did. Who did they court with? Who did they court with? You know? No, they jumped at it, baby. They got right at it. He turned around, seen that beautiful woman. Oh, I think I'm supposed to do this with this, right? It was on. And sex does consummate a marriage, period. So if you lay down, you better be together forever, right? Ask the Most High, are you married? Which we just read, what happens? What one thing allows you to leave a wife or a husband? Save it be for fornication. You caught them, right? Making another covenant. That's another covenant now, right? So there's gonna be some pain. If you know the Most High and you know his will, He don't like that. He don't like that you rolled over on a family, right? That you went off and you cheated and did all of this stuff, right? But guess what? That's a new situation that you got. And that's why your spouse don't have to take you back if they don't want to. We just read it out of Christ's mouth. Christ spoke those words, right? Key words. Save it be for fornication. And right here we read, if he be dead, right? Christ said that too. Christ said if he be dead too. And period, man, that's the Most High in Christ. You know, it don't matter how nobody else feel, me, you, nobody else. So that's the marriage situation. You guys are free, right? You've been home for who knows how many months, some of y'all years, just hoping he gonna come back, hoping she gonna come back. And she was all careless and didn't respect you when she was there, right? The man dogged you out while he was there. You think he'd land up somewhere uncomfortable? You better believe he got somebody else, right? And then some of you are coming back, right? With marriage, with the divorce papers. Hey, I need you to sign these so that I could get married over there, right? Yeah, they laying around. You are not bound by the law of marriage to this person. I think that's what verse 15. What verse is that that says that back here, right? For what knowest thou, O wife, right? It's the next one. Or is it the next one after that? Or is it the one before that? It's 14. It was the one before it, right? The unbelieving wife, right? Sanctified to the husband. Else were your children unclean, but now are they holy. Your children are holy, right? But if the unbelieving depart, it was verse 15. But if the unbelieving depart, when they leave, right, let him depart. Let him go. A brother or a sister is not under bondage in such cases. What bondage? The bondage of marriage, right? But the Most High has called you to peace. He has called you to peace. That's clear, right? Let's get our last chapter. Ooh, we an hour and a half in, but we had to get this out, y'all, right? This is how it is. When we got to get it out, when we got to clear it up, when we got to read this book and let the book correct us, right? So now we're going to come back. Whoever is hearing this right now and you disagree, get all your precepts together, come back. Get all your precepts together, come back. And we'll talk about this again. This is what I'm saying. I'm reading whole chapters. I'm not going to take you through a few scriptures and then bump off of them so that you can't see that it's going to say something else, right? No, we're going to be loud and clear, right? So get your scriptures, bring them, we'll read them, right? And then I'll answer that. I'll answer whatever else you're saying, right? 1 Timothy chapter 3. Now this, we're going to go to verse 16, right? We're going to go to verse 16 because that's what's talking about this leadership. This is a true saying. If a man desire the office of a bishop, that's the leader of the church. You can call him an elder, right? You can call him a pastor. You can call him a minister. You call him all these things. The one that's running things, that's the bishop, right? This is a true saying. If a man desire the office of a bishop, he desireth a good work. Ain't nothing wrong with that, to desire to be a bishop. All praises to the Most High. Verse 2, a bishop then must be blameless. Blameless, y'all. He got to be right with the Most High. Now, when he's doing this stuff and you can clearly see the Most High says this, but you're doing that, that's not blameless. He's to blame. If he got people doing this, pointing that finger at him, he's not blameless. That bishop got to be blameless. What else he got to be? The husband of one wife. One wife, y'all. He can't have two. He got to be the husband of one wife. So shout out to these guys. I'm hearing about them. They're running churches and they're running, some of them running whole communities, right? And then a brother leaving your church and then you stopping his wife on the way out. Hey, baby, you ain't got to go nowhere, right? That's wicked. If you saw that happen with the people you follow, oh, man, and you stayed, then some things, whatever come upon you, you stayed there for it. You are not under no man of God. If he's blatantly running things and got more than one wife in your face, he just rolled over on this. He just rolled over on that, right? A bishop then must be blameless, the husband of one wife. What else must he be? Vigilant. What is he vigilant in? His own work? No, he's vigilant in the Most High's work. He can't be choosing himself and all of this. That's not vigilant. He has to be vigilant for the Most High. What else must he be? Sober. He can't be having nothing altering his mind. Why vigilant and sober back to back? Because if you're not vigilant, then you're not sober. Is it just talking about drinking alcohol? No. It's talking about whatever takes your mind out of its natural state. Anger can do that. Vendettas do that. Lust does that, right? Oh, he's this big old bad minister. He's been one for who knows how long. And then boom, she walked in the door. She walked in the door, y'all. She was the most beautiful thing he has ever seen in his life. And he ready to roll over on his whole family and the Most High and everybody for this woman that just walked in the door and sat down in his church. Oh, and he's extra nice to her. Oh, yeah, sister, is that right? Yeah, blah, blah, and blah, blah, blah. And if he could get her alone, which he will one day, he's going to get her alone, right? Because Satan is going to make sure that it happens that way. You know, Satan is going to jump in her. And now she's after him. And she knocking on that door over there, back there down the hall, every chance she get. Right? Why? Because she seen that look in his eye. And she felt that spirit come off of him. And he big and bad. And this whole is crazy about him. And she's pretty and she's this and that and other. And she knows she can have him. You know, it's happening. Look at me away for saying it, but it's happening in all of these churches everywhere across this globe, right? Shout out to my flat earthers out there. If it's not a globe, hey, I apologize for offending you, right? Whatever shape the earth is, right? All praises to the Most High. But that's what's going on, and we seeing it happen left and right. It's happening here, it's happening there, right? I'm not speaking no situation out of thin air. This is happening, y'all. Right? Lust can do that to a man. But this bishop here that's set up by the Most High, it ain't got a chance. It ain't got no chance. Right? Oh, it's so far away from him. It's so far beneath him. He would never. Right? the husband of one wife. He's vigilant, he's sober, nothing, not filthy lucre, nothing. He gonna do the right thing with the money, right? He's gonna be that rich man who walks right in that kingdom. This ain't stopping him, right? Why? Because he's of what? Of good behavior. He's of good behavior. Given to hospitality. He's gentle. He's all that. He's 1 Corinthians chapter 13. Apt to teach, right? He's teaching, and he's teaching how he is. He's really like this. The words that he's talking, they're him, right? Now, I'm looking at these cats, they teaching, and I'm like, brother, but that's not you. But that's not you. Oh, brotherly love. Oh, brother. Brother, huh? Everything is brother, and you dogging men of the Most High out. Don't brother me. You know what I'm saying? You're not of a good behavior, right? You're not given the hospitality, and therefore you're not apt to teach. You're a liar, right? You're a hypocrite when you open your mouth and teach this Bible. Glory to the Most High, whose name is indeed a higher, right? 3, not giving the wine. He can't be drunk. Now, why is it saying that when it already said sober? Because sober is more than just wine, y'all. That other stuff got you drunk too, right? They're drunk, but not with wine. You see that? No striker. You can't be jumping out your seat, coming out your shirt. Well, what's happening there, fool? You know what I'm saying? He's not a striker. He don't want to knuckle up. He don't want to squabble up, right? Because y'all not agreeing with things. That's not what a bishop does. He's not making threats and things. He ain't talking about putting his hands on you and all of that. He's not a striker, right? What else he ain't? Not greedy of filthy lucre. He's gonna let it go. Take it, right? Oh, if he has it, his congregation has it, right? How your congregation hungry? How your congregation about to get put out? And they scared to go to you, right? They got GoFundMe's. Come on, man. Right? They should not be afraid to go say, hey, I need. Especially I've been tithing away. You know, you wouldn't be doing nothing really, but just giving me some of my money back that all praise it to the Most High, right? Come on, y'all. We not silly. We know what this book is telling us, but patient. He's not a striker or greedy for filthy lucre, but he's patient, right? He's not a brawler. He's not covetous, right? He don't want what other people have, and when he can't have it, he get jealous, right? Look up and see somebody else got, some other spiritual gift somebody has, and now, right? Didn't have no reason to hate a brother, but hated him, right? Whole Hebrew community crazy about a certain guy and all of this, but man, your leaders, man, they hate. You see that? This is describing who you can't be, right? Because this book knew who was going to have trouble with what. And it's for us, you and I and them, to open your eyes. Bible done called you out. Repent, right? 4, one that ruleth his own house well, right? He rules well his own house. Having his children in subjection with all gravity. That's self-explanatory. Don't need no interpretation for that. Rules his own house well, having his own children in subjection with all gravity, right? 5, for if a man know not how to rule his own house, how shall He take care of the church of God, right? Clear cut, clear cut. What's going on in your house, right? And that's who the multiple wives brother is. It's talking about this together, right? In the same, back to back. Why? Because it's coming out of heaven that way. It's addressing something. Rule your own house. Why? Because your house is the church. Your house is your church. If you have problems in your house, your church is there, right? Deal with that church. You don't belong telling anybody outside of your house anything else. If you got all of these wives and a whole bunch of kids, that's your church, right? How many sons did Jacob have? 12. That don't say nothing about his daughters, does it? And we know we have more girls than boys, right? Them girls, bloop, 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 bloop. Them girls is popping, huh? You're going to have less sons than daughters. There's a rare man, he had a whole bunch of sons. Oh, I got 8 sons and 2 daughters. That's rare, right? I'm rare. I got 4 boys, 3 girls. You know, I'm up on the man side, right? I got 4 sons. We could go do the Most High's work, right? That's my first church, you know, and that's how that is, you know. The book is clear cut, y'all. You have all them wives, you're gonna have all them kids, and guess what that is? Your church. We're gonna keep on reading, right? Not a novice. He can't be brand new. He can't not know what he's talking about. He got to be them being through some things with this book in his face to show him what he's going through, right? You're not a novice if that's your case, right? People can say what they want to say about me. I am an elder. I am of age, okay? I'm 17 years paralleling this Bible with life and following the Most High, right? I ain't gonna tell you how old I am unless you must know, right? I'm of age. You know, if you're 25, I'm about to be 2 of you. I got a few more years to be pushing 50, right? All praise to the Most High. Lest being lifted up with pride, he fall into the condemnation of who? Of the devil, right? So he's brand new, and he sees all of this glory come to the Most High, not him, but he jumps in front of the Most High. This is my glory, right? You hear him start saying, my church. These are supposed to be Christ's church, right? It's not ours. You know, this world is going to do with Christ's church whatever it wants to do with Christ's church, whatever Christ allows them to do with this church. Why? Because he said vengeance is his, right? Unless you're going to kill him and go to jail forever, right? And be in jail and be in prison talking about, oh, he disrespected the church. Now, where's your church? You killed this man, right? Now, where's the church? They ain't listening to you from behind the walls. That's for sure. So y'all see that? That's common sense, right? No, it's not your church. It's Christ's church. And you can't become uh judge, jury, and executioner, you know, shedding blood in the earth behind what's being done wrong by the people of earth and of Christ's church, right? He forgives, he condemns, he does all of that. You know, all a man can do is tell you right from wrong. And then you got to make your own decision. You got to be your own man. And that's what we're doing here. We're discussing what the Bible says, right? Can't be a novice, can't be brand new. Lest, right? Lest being lifted up with pride, he fall into the condemnation of the devil. So that's all of this. All of that back there is a striker lifted up in pride. When you get full of wine, are you full of pride? When you greedy for filthy lucre, and oh, you rich now, and you jump out that big bag car and walk into that bad house, are you not full of pride? When you don't have no patience, okay? I'm looking at verse 3 here. When you don't have no patience, and everybody better hurry up and wait for you, right? Is that not pride? When you're a brawler, that means everybody going crazy and you jump in there, right? A brawl, a striker, that's one person. Pow, shut up, right? A brawl is, oh, it's total chaos in here and I'm jumping in here. I'm swinging the chair too, right? That's a brawler. Is that not pride? Covetous. You're covetous. You're looking at what somebody else wants. Oh, he shouldn't have that. I should be the one that got that. That's a coveter. Is that not pride? It's pride, y'all. So it's talking about all of that back there, is it not? It's not only talking about the novice, right? Talking about all of that. 7, moreover, he must have a good report of them which are without. Who are they which are out? Who are they which are without? The poor. What the poor got to say about it, right? The people who are low, right? Those who are without. You're without anything. Those who are without whatever, money, wisdom, whatever. The people who are doing poor in all things. What do they say about it? Because that's who has to lead them, right? That's who gonna get on this path to get after him, right? Get after what he's talking about. He's who they're looking to be guided out of their horrible situation. So they got to look at him as something to follow, right? Moreover, he must have a good report with them which are without. And you're going to roll directly over that if you big, bad, and rich, and you're leading these poor people who you never do anything for. But guess what? They're going to work and they're taking their few little crumbs and they're dropping them in your basket. And it's been 15 years and you ain't done nothing for them. They're not going to have nice words for you. You're not going to have a good report. They're not going to have a good report. You're going to ask them and they're going to have to say, well, nah, he hasn't done anything for us. Do you guys see this? Lest he fall into reproach in the snare of the devil. Lest he fall into reproach. What is it when he falls into reproach? All of these big, angry, poor people, right? Oh, you did this and that. Oh, la, la. You know how that crowd walla sounds when it raises up and you got a whole bunch of angry folks, a crowd of angry folks. That's what that describing. He fall into reproach and the snare of the devil. That's the snare of the devil. Why? Because now, guess what he's going to do? He's going to defend himself. He's going to dig a deeper hole for himself. Oh, forget all of y'all and this and all of that. And y'all stupid and y'all unlearned and all of this and that. Or if you get in these scriptures and you learn about this and that, right? He's going to defend himself like that. And what did this just call that? You know? Snare of the devil. It's the snare of the devil, y'all. Hey, likewise must the deacon. Who is the deacon? Must the deacon be grave? What is grave? Serious. Serious, y'all. Grave, serious. Life and death when he opened his mouth, right? In the name of the Most High, right? Moreover, he must have a good report. 7, right? That's coming off of the bishop. Now we're going to get on the deacon, right? The bishop, he's running it, right? He's running it. Now, the deacon, he don't run it. He's a helper, right? He's a helper. Likewise, must the deacon be grave. He must be serious. How serious must he be? Not double-tongued. He can't go over here and say this, then go over there and say that, right? He got to have one tongue, right? That's what it means to be grave. I'm serious. I don't care who pull up. This is my message, right? The deacon must be grave, not double-tongued, not given to much wine, right? He can't be a drunkard either. Definitely can't be popping no pills, smoking no weed. Can't be doing none of that, right? That's taking you out of your sober mind, right? Not greedy for filthy lucre. Why? Because they're gonna roll over on the ordinances of the Most High for this money, right? So when you see them doing that, man, come on, man. They getting the pay, but they're not doing the work, you know? Everything's all messed up and all of that, you know? Nothing's getting done that it says that this book says it's supposed to be getting done, right? Those things are not getting done, but the money better keep on flowing. Them tithes better keep flowing, right? That merchandise, it keeps on coming out, right? Them courses, they're going to keep on starting like clockwork, right? Giving the filthy lucre, y'all. Giving the filthy lucre, but haven't stopped and asked the congregation, how y'all doing? How am I doing? Right? Am I doing okay? Are y'all all right? Is there anything that y'all need? Right? Let him in. Let them inside, y'all. Salakia, y'all. 1 minute. Let me let him inside. Praise to the Most High. Salakia, y'all. But right? Likewise, must the deacon be grave, not double-tongued, not given to much wine, not greedy of filthy lucre. 9, holding the mystery of the faith in a pure conscience. Pure conscience, right? And what's the mystery of the faith? It's a mystery because, man, you got to dig deep. You got to find this out, right? It's so much that we got to dig deep through and find this out, and it's a mystery, right? But it keeps us with faith. What is faith? It keeps us believing in the Most High, right? In a what? In a pure conscience. Now they rolled over on this when they're sitting there and they know they did certain people wrong, y'all. They know they did a lot of people wrong. And they wake up every morning and they live with that. And I believe it was a servant in them at one time that was pure hearted, right? Who had that pure conscience. And they know exactly when that got messed up, right? They did something to somebody. They sat back there with their lip button and watched the brother just go through some torment that they knew he didn't deserve, right? It's a lot going on, y'all. It's a whole lot going on, right? Brothers got whole other practices, right? There's a front face that just smiles, but in that back room, it's wicked, y'all. It's wicked. And you guys are gonna find that out one day, right? But I'm gonna lead you the good way, you know. I'm not about to jump in that mud and slosh all around like a pig and have fun. I don't have fun in that, y'all. But I'm here to represent in the earth what is good, right? And what is the pure conscience, keeping the pure conscience, right? But these leaders in the earth, they don't have it. They know they do it. They know they did the Most High wrong. They know exactly when they rolled over on him, right? And it wasn't because of me. You know, they done plenty of brothers wrong, right? Before they ever got to me. And that leadership is like, you gonna pledge this way, buddy, or what you doing, right? And it's like, okay, I don't want to lose this life. How we been talking about, how these scriptures been talking about. I don't want to lose this great big life I've built up, right? I know it's a lie. I know it's a lie now, but I got all of this, right? I got all this going. Oh, and what about sister such and such and her family? And oh, I can't leave them and all blah, blah, right? These are the things that's going on when they stay and they turn a blind eye to some wickedness, right? Well, sister such and much but need to come with you then, huh? Right? If you're gonna lead her right, if you're gonna lead her without Satan involved, right? We don't let nothing keep us nowhere. You better get up out of there, right? Saith the Most High. I know that part came through clear when we read that part. I know that part came through clear too when we read that. You know, the Most High was clear. You choose me or you choose everything else, right? Nothing is attached to the Most High, right? There's no physical thing in the earth that we can grab, and it's the Most High. The Most High is a spirit, and those who worship him must worship him in spirit, invisible, and truth, right? Which means just because you don't see nothing, don't mean it ain't truth, baby. He's truth and he's invisible, and you cannot reach out and grab him and touch him. So all of this tangible stuff in the earth that you can grab and touch and feel and look at, and all of that stuff that you're having to have you to roll over on him, he gonna deal with you about that, right? Or maybe he understands. Maybe he grants you mercy. I don't know. I'm not him, right? I'm not the judge, right? But I'm telling you, I'm definitely telling you what the judge said. It's in his book. He sent it, right? And that's what me and you have. I know what I went through, and I know what I drifted into that realm and saw and felt and got filled up with and all of that and came back to the earth with. I know all of that. But I'm going to deal with you according to this book because I know that this is what you respect, right? You didn't feel my experience, so when I talk about that, it's only to, put it in the earth and put the experience and put the words in the earth, because the Most High did reveal what He revealed, right? But guess what? It ain't nothing different than what's in this book. You know, this book is Him too, right? And if you don't want to believe my report, then let's open this book then, and I'll show you. I show you in what you believe, right? That this is the Most High's will. I'm going to show you what His will is by His book. And that's just what I've been doing, y'all. I ain't fell off yet. It's going to tell you. It's going to give you some more. Watch this. Watch where it goes with the deacon, right? Holding the mystery of the faith in a pure conscience. You're holding the mystery, right? Because you got to study to find it, right? Of the faith. So this is your whole belief in the Most High. This is the reason why you serve the Most High. What is it? A pure conscience. You got to keep that intact. Con? 10. And let these also first be proved. Ooh-wee. Then let them use the office of a deacon. Then let that first be proved. First. And then, right? And then let them use the office of a deacon, being found what? Blameless. Being found blameless, y'all. 11. Even so must their wives be grave. Your wife got to be serious too. Your wife can't think this no joke either, deacon, right? Not slanderers, right? We can't be catching your wife talking behind people back and stuff, right? Slandering people, right? And when you slander somebody, that really returns to their face. Con? Slander ain't when you go say something about somebody back and they never find out. Slander is you in their face now and you like, man, you lying on me. And they're like, no, I'm not. You did it. You're guilty of this and you're guilty of that, right? And they sitting there, they lie. That's slander, y'all. Your wife can't be no slanderer. She got to be sober too. Can't be nothing interrupting the spirit of the Most High in her heart either, right? And faithful in all things. In all things. There can't be an area where she don't believe in the Most High and where she's going against what the Most High's ordinances are. You see that? The wives, they got to be faithful in all things. 12, let the deacons be the husband of one wife. Nah, they get to, come on, man. He ain't even running it. He just a deacon, right? He just a helper. They don't even want you helping with more than one wife. No, you sit down and be quiet and learn. And then when you get the lesson, you take it home to your 4 wives and your 20 kids, right? That's your church. That's why that's working like that, fam. That's why they don't want you running that church. Because your church is at home. That's a church. You got all these sons, all these daughters. Go teach them, right? All praise to the Most High. Clear cut. Let the deacons be the husband of one wife, ruling their children in their own houses well. 13. For they that have used the office of a deacon well purchase to themselves a good degree. Right? What is that? That's your whole profession. Right? That's what in the world they go to school for all of them times and learn their profession and walk off with that degree, right? And then they're able to go and put that degree up for the rest of their life. I did this, right? And that's what you're doing as a deacon, right? I'm a deacon, right? My heart is pure, you know. I have a pure conscience, you know. I hold I hold the mystery of the faith well. I rule my own house well. I'm the husband of one wife, right? All of that stuff. I'm blameless. What else is up here? I'm not double tongued. I'm not giving them much wine. I'm not greedy or filthy lucre, right? None of that stuff. None of that stuff describes this deacon, right? He has been proved to be blameless. Y'all see that? 13, for they that have used the office of a deacon well purchased to themselves a good degree. He's able to say all of that, right? And great boldness in the faith, which is in Christ Yasha. Great boldness, right? He can stand on something, right? Shout out to all of y'all who get mad at me when I say what I say, when you feel like it's pride. Nah, it ain't pride. It's great boldness in the faith, right? Which is in Christ Yasha. You know, I earned what I earned, baby. I earned my degree. I got the right to say everything that comes out of my mouth, right? 14, these things write I unto thee, hoping to come unto thee shortly. He's on his way there, right? And he don't want to get there to a hot mess, right? 15, but if I tarry long, but if I wait long, right? If I take long, that thou mayest know how thou ought to behave, right? Thyself in the house of the Most High, in the house of God, right? Which is the which is the church of the living God. This ain't no joke. This is the church of the living God. I want to see y'all behaving yourself right when I get there, even if I take longer than I say I'm gonna take, right? Why? Because this is the house of God and the church of the living God and the pillar and ground of the truth, right? This is supposed to be worth something when people stumble out of the world and stumble into your church, right? It's supposed to be the house of God, the church of the living God, and the pillar and ground of the truth. That's what they're supposed to be stumbling into, right? And if these bishops and deacons ain't matching that, baby, then they stumbling into less. They're stumbling into less when they stumble in there, right? 16, and without controversy, great is the mystery of godliness. Great is the mystery of it. God was manifest in the flesh. He's supposed to be manifested in the flesh, y'all. Supposed to be manifested in the flesh. We're not, oh, well, we got this flesh, so we can't. Nah, the flesh ain't supposed to be crippling you. God was manifest in the flesh, justified in the spirit, right? That's how, by the spirit. The spirit corrects the flesh, right? The spirit don't yield to the flesh. Oh, we can't be perfect because this and that. Bull, bull, right? God is manifest in the flesh, justified in the spirit, seen of angels, preached unto the Gentiles, right? Man, they fall off on that. We fall off on that in the earth. Seen of angels, right? When the angels see you, we know that's who giving the report to the heavens. So you got to line up with that. You got to be in line with that. The angels got to see you and go give a good report in the heavens, right? Right upstairs from the sapphire. right? What else? Preached unto the Gentiles. So if you dogging the Gentiles out, this ain't you. You are not the church of Christ, period, right? You better go out of your way to make them Gentiles feel comfortable. And I've seen that. Everybody huddles up over here, and the Gentiles are kind of left just looking around, just looking. No, you go get them, you pull them in. We brothers, we sisters. It's about Christ, right? And all that. Believe it's believed on in the world, received up into glory. Ooh. Preached unto the Gentiles, believed on in the world, right? When we latch on to Christ, that's what we're latching on to. And what else? Received up in the glory, right? Received up in the glory, right upstairs from that sapphire. Ask me how I know, right? That's another one down. That's the leadership, right? So scour the earth and look for this. Y'all, everybody's going to have excuses why they fell off on this and why they can't do that, right? No, you just doing your own lust. You doing your own lust, buddy, right? All praise to the Most High. You know, repent, get right. You know, I'm glad these words is reaching you like this. I'm just a brother reading this book. That's all I am, right? Never mind me. Don't look at me and start pointing at me and block because you ain't got nothing to say about me. I ain't done nothing wrong to nobody, right? But what you ought to do is look at yourself, right? This is coming out for you to look at yourself, Con, and correct yourself. And it's from somebody who you don't got an answer to or nothing. It's the Most High's will that this is coming out. You know, this is not coming from the brother that's signing your check and giving you all of the power that you got in the earth. This ain't him, right? This is coming from somebody that you're gonna have to humble yourself to hear, right? And all of that. Now, 1 Corinthians chapter 14, let's talk about the tongues, right? Because something was said. Let's go get that. Real quick, let's read this brother too, because he needs to be heard too. We need to hear him, right? He came, he said something. So, y'all let me know if things are clear, what we read so far regarding marriage and leadership, right? If there's any questions, or if you want to chew me out, now's the time. Go in. We're not going to block you and all of that. You free to say whatever you want to say. If I'm the scum of the earth, let me know that. All praises. You know what I'm saying? Sorry you feel that way, brother. I will keep trying to please you and God, right? Whose name is Ahia. Shout out for everybody who get mad because I say God. But the scriptures is about to break it down to you right now. Right? Fret not. Worry not. It's all book. We're going to discuss it. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you exactly why I say God and the Lord and, you know, words of a nature like this. Okay, screenshot. Gotcha. Oh, he left some scriptures too. He left some scriptures too. We're gonna read his scriptures. You know, maybe they cut me up. You know, maybe Maybe they teach me something. All praises to the Most High, right? He left some scriptures. We're going to go into it. Let's go into it. Open this up. Boom. Okay, now that's open. Now we're going to open it. We're going to open it up over here. Kapow. Shalom, my brother. Love your teaching. But my question is, you know our Father's name and his title. So why do you say God, Lord, to teach Yasharallah? Because, right? We see that, right? We saw that. We read that. Why do you say Lord and God to teach Yasharallah? For this reason right here. Just read it. Right? Right here. Preach unto the Gentiles. Right? Preach on, because I'm preaching to the Gentiles. Right? We got to use the lingo that they know to not appear a barbarian, right? That's why. Right? But you know who my Lord is, don't you? You know who my God is, don't you? If I say Lord and God, you know I'm not talking about the evil one. Right? Now, 1 Corinthians chapter 14, it leaves off of charity and goes into this. That brother's very question. Pet peeves, right? Pet peeves, y'all. Just nails on the chalkboard for your ears. Stuff you don't like to hear, right? Things, little things you don't like, right? Those things get in the way of love, y'all. You won't be able to love and you worried about those things. They'll stop you. They'll put a nasty taste in your mouth toward all kind of people in the earth. We got to get rid of them pet peeves, y'all. And that's religious. That's religion, right? We know who we're talking about when we say God and Lord. And you know what I'm saying? Now, it's the religious people. They want to come in here and they want to get all nasty. And in doing that, they roll over on things that are more important than the pet peeves. When you do that, you roll over on love. You're filled up with a nasty feeling and you hating people over choice words. You see what I'm saying? And that can get you in trouble. You get in trouble with that. You can really miss the gate worried about that. Worried about semantics, right? Now, we don't get caught up in that. We know his name is Ahia, right? And it's going to break this down. Now, let's start talking about it because this explains it better than me, right? Follow after charity. Rule number one, follow after charity. Is that charity? We know what charity is. It's the chapter before this, right? It's 1 Corinthians chapter 13. So this starts out and it tells us follow after charity and desire spiritual gifts. And trust me, you're not violent or disrespectful or speaking to hurt feelings out here and having spiritual gifts at the same time. Trust that, right? You got to clean your heart up before your gifts are spiritual, right? You got to clean up, y'all, or else guess what you're going to do? You're going to do a good work in your spiritual gift, and then you're going to turn right in another direction and ruin it, right? So it's like you're taking one step forward, one step back, one step forward, one step back, right? So you gotta have it where that bad stuff ain't anchoring you down, right? So desire spiritual gifts. So you take your spiritual gift and you don't got nothing to hold you back. You don't have that bad work always combating your spiritual gift, right? You get to just take your spiritual gift and just poo, and you just go, right? And then say you have a bad day. Oh, something happens one day. Man, but you got how many months of good spiritual gifts, right? So something happens one day. Oh, I messed up on that, right? You can kind of afford to make a mistake here and there, right? Because you got nonstop spiritual gift working for you, right? Follow after charity. How? What is that good for? And desire spiritual gifts. Charity, spiritual gift. They're working hand in hand. But rather that ye may prophesy, right? Charity is good. Spiritual gifts is good. But edify, because that's how you duplicate yourself, right? When you prophesy, that's another form of charity. You're giving, right? Rather to prophesy, because now you're talking to people in the name of Christ. You're duplicating yourself. You're multiplying that talent, right? Now, verse 2, for he that speaketh in an unknown tongue speaketh not unto men. All praise to the Most High. That's good for you, right? You're speaking. Nobody understands you but you, right? These people who are you talking to and you're trying to pull them into this truth, they don't know who Ahia is. They hear that Ahia, they ain't never heard that. They boom, they taking off running. Oh, they talking crazy over there, right? They calling God something I ain't never heard before. I don't know God by that name. They really get mad because they haven't got a chance to get in here, right, and grow this spirit. They haven't had that chance yet. And don't rob them of it talking about some Ahia, right? Yeah, we know that's his name. We love him and we love his name. And we are blessed to have received that. And every time we pray, we call his name, right? We call his name all day, every day. Ahia, Ahia, Ahia. That is his name, indeed, right? But when you're talking to somebody who don't know him by that name, you have to be careful, right? Nah, there's no need to go that there. There's no need to go there and floss on them. And nah, it's okay. I'm reading this book. In this book, it says God and Lord. It's about to say it when I start on the next comment. Watch, right? What the first comment say? For he that speaketh in an unknown tongue speaketh not unto men. You're not talking to men. When you talking in them tongues, it ain't saying don't do it, which is another language. Yeah, speak another language. The Most High understands you, right? But unto God. You're not speaking unto men, but you're speaking to God. You're speaking unto the Most High, right? Next punctuation. For now, for no man understandeth him. Men can't understand you. You're not prophesying to men. You're not speaking to men when you're doing that, right? Howbeit in the spirit, he speaketh mysteries. You're speaking a mystery. You're talking mysteries, right? 3, but he that prophesieth speaketh unto men to edify. He who's prophesying, he's speaking, and men are growing, right? They're growing in their edification. And what else? In their exhortation. Exhortation is gentle, right? It cradles them where they've been in so much pain. Oh, now they're getting that soothed because you're talking, right? Oh, that's what you're doing. And that's not prophesying, right? Prophesying, you're bringing the future prophecy, something that hasn't happened yet, it's about to happen, right? That's prophecy, right? Now, exhortation is the stuff that feels good, right? Oh man, I've been waiting for this word for so long, right? That's what you're dropping with exhortation. That's why the next comfort, that's why the next comma is what? Comfort. And comfort, easy. You're comforting them, right? When they understand you, when they know what you're talking about. Why? Because you didn't came down on a level and you spoke to them on the level that they understand, right? Verse 4, he that speaketh in an unknown tongue edifieth himself. Oh, it feels good to you, right? All praises to a higher boss, Shanya Shaya, Kudash, the water about Waban, right? We know what that is, and it feels good to us, and it feels good to the heaven, and the Most High receives it and everything, right? But somebody who don't know better, they looking at that like, what? What is he talking? What language is he speaking, right? Oh, I've heard that so many times. What language is that, brother? Right? He that speaketh in an unknown tongue, he edify himself. You're still teaching yourself, right? And which is good. Ain't nothing wrong with that. We take a moment and we do that sometimes. All praises, right? But he that prophesied edifieth the church. So the church, the whole church don't even understand it, right? A lot of the church don't understand it, you know. And we're gonna do that too, y'all. We're gonna get into that too. We're setting up some Hebrew classes, and we're gonna put together this Hebrew, and we're gonna talk this Hebrew. Uh, if you know Brother Malak, get with Brother Malak, right? We got him. He gonna set that up. I want y'all to go through him for that, and y'all sign up. I'm gonna link y'all in with him pretty soon here, right? And y'all will be able to go with Malak and get set up, and we gonna run some Hebrew, and we gonna get more of our people speaking this Hebrew, y'all. And we gonna start la 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 la. We gonna start talking to each other, and we the only people that's gonna know what we talking about, right? Unless we want somebody else to know, right? Unless we want to interpret, right? But that's what time it is, though. It's time to speak our own holy language, right? And we'll go into that. We're gonna go into the language and all of that, and we're gonna go into, you know, what a lot of people are calling Yiddish and all that. We're gonna go into that, right? Uh, it don't matter if it's Yiddish or not, right? It ain't this pure language, right? That Zephaniah 2:9 speaks of. It ain't that one, right? God should turn to the people with pure language. But we're gonna get into it. We're gonna go, man. We got so much coming, y'all. Right? We got so much coming in the near future that we're gonna get into. Because this is a lifestyle. This is a whole lifestyle. We're not we're not gonna leave no rock unturned. We're gonna talk about it all. We are spreading a lifestyle in the whole worship in the Most High, right? We walk into these places and we sit down and we hear all of this stuff and we go into these scriptures and we read this book, and then all right, now see you later, and then you run out, and then we keep doing the same thing we was doing before we got any truth, you know, because the lifestyle is not being taught, you know. Sisters are still asking, what pants do I wear, and what this and that, and what, you know, that stuff is not being made clear, you know. But we're gonna take our time and we're gonna clear things up. But we want to be doing all things. We want to be walking right according to the Most High, right? And we're gonna demonstrate. We're gonna show you this lifestyle, right? You ain't gonna have to guess, right? But back to it, verse 5, right? I would that ye all spake with tongues, but rather that ye prophesied, right? I would that ye all say. So yeah, he likes that. He would rather us all be speaking Hebrew, but rather that ye edify. Yeah, I would rather you be speaking Hebrew, number one. I would rather you, number two, be prophesying in Hebrew, right? So there's nothing above that, right? So if you're speaking Hebrew, but you're not prophesying, that's a problem. That's, you got 50% of it, right? If you're prophesying, but you're not speaking Hebrew, same difference. You got half of it. But he would rather you be prophesying in Hebrew, is what he just said, right? For greater is he that prophesieth than he that speaketh with tongues. Now, he didn't pit them against each other, right? He said, greater is he that prophesied in Hebrew, right? Than him that speaketh in tongues alone. Now, if you speak in these tongues, be prophesying in them and be having everybody understand you prophesying in Hebrew, right? If you're going to prophesy in Hebrew, have people understand you. If you're prophesying in Hebrew and nobody know what you're saying, brother, you might as well speak their language that they speak, is what this is saying, right? Except he interpret. Now, being that changes the game if you have an interpreter. You speak, you shut up, your interpreter jumps in, he speaks, right? He tells the people what you just said, right? Except he interprets that the church may receive edifying so that they can understand what you said in that other language, right? And this is the same thing for a higher. It's another language, right? They don't know what that is. They're trying to attach a higher to some English mind that they have going on. They're comparing that to English words, and they're like, "Man, what are you talking about?" Right? You're speaking another language. This is right in line with that, right? 6. Now, brethren, if I come unto you, speak with tongues, what shall I profit you? Right? If I come unto you speaking with tongues, what shall I profit you? Except I shall speak to you either by revelation or by knowledge or by prophesying or by doctrine, right? All of that is edification, right? So he's saying, you know, if I speak and you don't understand it, what good is it? Right? Can I reveal anything to you? That's a revelation. Am I revealing anything? Am I telling you something you didn't know? No. You still don't know, right? It's worthless. It's water down the drain, right? So that's all he's saying. He's not saying don't learn Hebrew. Like a lot of people, they either this way or that way. Okay, so don't learn it at all. And I hate it and blah, blah. It's not, everything gets to exist. Everything gets to be what it is, right? Yeah, it's all good. You don't got to go hard left because you got shook off of the right wall a little bit. Stay in the middle, straight through, you know, straight on through. Huh? Nah. If it ain't edifying, you might as well say it in English. 7. And even things without life giving sound, right? Even things without life give sound. So a bush could shake, you know, or something tips and falls over, bang, right? Like, man, what is it to make a noise? It's a lot of things that can make a noise, is what he's saying, right? Things without life can give a sound, whether pipe or harp, right? So a pipe ain't alive and a harp is not alive, but it makes some beautiful noise, doesn't it? Except they give a distraction in the sound, right? Now, what if they make a weird noise, right? How shall it be known what is piped or harp, right? If you close your eyes and you listen, you won't even know that was a pipe or a harp that made that noise, right? If it makes a strange noise, it ain't that beautiful music that you're used to having come from a pipe or a harp, ain't it? Hey, for if the trumpet give an uncertain sound, right? Who shall prepare himself to the battle, right? We used to a trumpet sounding away. And when you hear that noise, you got to get ready, right? You got to get ready for the battle. They have a certain battle call, right? With the trumpet. But if that trumpet make an uncertain sound, who shall prepare himself to the battle? And that's being spoken in the same vein of you speaking the language to people that they don't understand. You see how clear that's becoming? It should be becoming clear to you. Let me know if it ain't clear, or let me know if it is clear, right? In the chat, right? 9, verse 9. So likewise you, except ye utter by the tongue words easy to be understood, how shall it be known what is spoken? Right? For ye shall speak into the air. You prophesying to the wind, which is all praises. We do that sometimes. We prophesy to the wind. I'd like to put the word on the bushes sometimes, right? I'd like to go on the corner and just call and just let the word hit the side of your car. Boom, right? Send the word traveling through the air. You across the street somewhere, and you got to stop and listen. What is that? All praises to the Most High, right? You know, echo the word of truth through the lost lands, right? All praises to the Most High. That corner gonna be holy while we on it, right? It's something going on that never goes on in our communities when we on that corner, baby, right? I'm thankful for every moment we get out there. All praises to the Most High, you know. But that's what it's about, speaking the word into the air. That's a good thing sometimes, and people don't understand. And then there it may be so many kinds of voices in the world. There's a lot of voices out there, y'all. And none of them is without significance. They all serve a purpose for somebody. It's good for someone. Ask the people who like it. They'll tell you, yeah, I like when he talks that, right? And you like, right? How? Why you like that? It's significant to somebody. 11. Therefore, if I know not the meaning of the voice, I shall be unto him that speaketh a barbarian. Right? You might as well have crawled out of a cave somewhere, right, with a club. Con? And he that speaketh shall be a barbarian unto me. Both of y'all looking at each other, right? I'm saying the higher, and you saying, who is that? And I'm saying, well, you don't know who that is? And we both just sitting there offended. We barbarians to each other, right? Oh, you still calling him God and blah. Same situation, y'all. Same situation. 12. Even so ye, for as much as ye are zealous of spiritual gifts, right? Bad as you want this spiritual gift, seek ye, right? Seek that ye may excel to the edifying of the church. Mm, mm, mm. That's a spiritual gift as well. You want a spiritual gift? Get that one, right? Get that one before you get the Hebrew, right? Know how to do that first so that when you learn the Hebrew, now we can move over to the Hebrew. Now you can prophesy in the Hebrew and teach Hebrew, and we all be speaking Hebrew. But we ain't going to get to speak no Hebrew if you don't first prophesy to us in the language that we know how to understand, ain't it? Clear, crystal clear, ain't it? So let me know, my brother, if that come clear to you. You know what I mean? Same way you left that message, leave another one and let us know, if this is becoming clear to you, why I use words like God, right? And Lord, and you know, that's why I use them. And then, once we get them in here, then then we can talk about the details, right? And grow us up. But staying in love through it all. That's the important part. Got to stay in love through it all, right? Love is more important than any of this. If you got to come out of love to deal with it, then you probably shouldn't be dealing with that thing, baby, because your soul is in danger if you're coming out of love, right? If you're coming out of love, then you're doing harm to your neighbor. And that's the most highest pet peeve. Right? All praises to him. Right? 13. Wherefore, let him that speaketh in an unknown tongue pray that he may interpret. Right? So, if you're going to speak in another tongue, interpret it. All praises. Take a moment and do some Hebrew. Ain't nothing wrong with that, is what this is saying. 14. For if I pray in an unknown tongue, my spirit prayeth, but my understanding is unfruitful. Right? You go, okay, everybody, let's hold hands, bow our heads. And then I speak another language. And then when we let each other's hand go, like, you didn't get your own prayer, right? He prayed for him. Like, we didn't hear a word he said, right? Now I do that. I speak English. I do a piece of the prayer for us. We're going to speak some English. And then I might roll into some Hebrew, right? For us that know the Hebrew. We're gonna do them both. But it's to be taught and to be edified. Even if you speak the Hebrew, let's edify in the Hebrew. And that's what we're getting ready to do. Right? All praise to the Most High. 15. What is it then? I will pray with the Spirit, and I will pray with the understanding also. He like, I'm going to do them both. That's what he said would be good up there, right? If you prophesy in Hebrew, then that's a win-win. If you could do that. So how do we ever get to there to be able to do that, right? We got to teach it. We got to edify it, right? We got to edify it. And then we'll be able to do that. That's when you flex it, right? 15. What is it then? I will pray with the Spirit, and I will pray with the understanding also. I will sing with the Spirit, and I will sing with the understanding also. Right? Same thing in song. Same thing in song. Right? My Hebrew songs, they have the English there. Look around. Right? We going crazy. I can't understand what he's saying. I never did one of those videos and didn't put it on the screen somewhere. Look at the screen. The words on the screen are changing, right? In all those videos. 16. Else, when thou shalt bless thee with spirit, right? With the Spirit, how shall he that occupieth the room of the unlearned say amen? Right? If you blessing in the Spirit, which is in the tongue, right? How shall the other people in the room say amen? They don't know what you just said, right? At thy giving of thanks, seeing he understandeth not what thou sayest. He don't know what you said, right? So how should he give thanks, right? He gonna be like, amen, I guess, amen, right? He ain't gonna know what to say, right? All praise to the Most High. 19. Yet in the church, I'd rather, right? I had rather speak 5 words with my understanding, right? Because they can understand them 5 words. They can't understand the 100 that you just said in another language. He said, I'd rather speak nothing but 5 words that they can understand, right? that by my voice I might teach others also, than 10,000 words in an unknown tongue, right? He'd rather speak 5 words that they can understand than to speak 10,000 that they can't. You see that? You see, the more you speak like that, the deeper you dig yourself in the hole if they don't understand it. Yeah, you spoke 10,000 words, but they didn't understand one when he just spoke 5 and they got that. You see that? Simple. 20. Brethren, be not children in understanding. You got to be grown in understanding. We got to understand, right? Proverbs 4 and 7, and all thy getting, get understanding, right? Understanding is important. Or it's like pouring liquid in a cup with no bottom. How long would you pour? What you gonna do? Fill up the whole world first, and then finally it's gonna come through your cup? Right? Nah. Understanding is important, and that's to hold what's in your cup, right? Brethren, be not children in understanding. Howbeit in malice be ye children. Be children in that, right? Be children in malice. And that's malice when we kick in the door. Hey, don't be calling them Lord and God. That's malice, you know? When you kick in the door like that and going, I'm not saying that you was doing that, brother. You came, you was pretty respectful and everything, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking slick at you or nothing. We just reading this book. And that's what it just said, right? Howbeit uh in malice, be children in that, right? But in understanding, be men. Be men in understanding. 21. In the law, it is written. He's going to take us to the law, right? With the men of other tongues and other lips will I speak unto this people, right? So don't be worried about using their language, the language that they understand, right? Go ahead and use that language, because it was prophesied that we would speak to these people in these other languages and use the terms that they understand. They know him as God and the Lord. They don't know him as a higher, right? A lot of them don't know him as the Most High, right? And yet, for all that, will they not hear me, right? Yeah. All of that talking, they ain't heard nothing, right? 22. Wherefore tongues are for a sign. Tongues are a sign, right? They don't get you to the destination, but they can tell you where to turn at, right? But you got to keep following signs, right? You can't make a right at one sign and that's the destination. No, you got to keep following signs. Tongues are signs. You got to keep using them to get people somewhere, right? Not to them that believe, right? We already know where we going. So it does nothing for us, right? We're the ones who familiar with it. We're already latched on. But it's going to tell us, but to believe not, but prophesying serveth not for them that believe not, right? So they don't get nothing out of that. They get what you're speaking to them in the language that they understand, right? But for them which believe, this ain't doing nothing for the people that you're trying to wake up, right? 23. If therefore the whole church be come together in one place and all speak with tongues, and there come in those that are unlearned or unbelievers, will they not say that ye are mad, right? If we're all in the church, 100 of us, and we praising and jumping up and down and screaming, and the new people walk in and they don't know what's going on, they don't speak no Hebrew, right? They barely trying to get to know who the Most High in Christ is, and they stumble into where we doing this at. Would they not look around and think we were crazy? They might not come back next week, right? 24. But if all prophesy and there come in that believe not, or one unlearned, he is convinced of all. He is judged of all, right? He can look around, he can make a decision by what he's hearing and say, yeah, I'll be back next week, right? 25. And thus are the secrets of his heart made manifest, right? And so falling down on his face, he will worship God. You got one. Now you got you one, right? You connected to his heart, right? It was made manifest. The secrets of his heart was made manifest. So he dialed in with himself by what you was prophesying. And what he do? He fell on his face, right? And what is that? That's how we go down. That's what they call it when we go down in prayer. They call that falling on your face, right? You fall on your face and you bow. You give the Most High all the glory. What is that? And he will worship God. He's worshiping, right? And report that God is in you and of truth, right? Of a truth. He's acknowledging that the Most High is in you because you gave him that beautiful feeling, right? And led him in a way where he could worship the Most High, where he could dig into himself and thank the Most High and worship in his heart, right? 26. How is it then, brethren, when ye come together, every one of you have a song, right? Have a doctrine, have a teaching, right? Have a tongue, have a new language, have a new word. Have you heard this Hebrew word such and such, blah, blah, right? Have a revelation. Oh, well, guess what this scripture just said to me, right? That's me. That's me, right? Pulling out uh the sapphire, right? Pulling out Exodus 24 and 10 on y'all. That's a revelation, right? Having an interpretation, because then I got to break it down, right? Now I'm breaking it down to you. And then guess what? Let all things be done unto edifying. He said, do it all. Now, when I heard somebody else bring this out, they made that a bad thing. Like we shouldn't come and have all that stuff. How is it then, brethren, when ye come together, every one of you got a song, got a doctrine, got a tongue, got a revelation, got an interpretation? You know, they were saying it as a bad thing. That's not saying bad, because how could it be when it ends with let all things be done unto edifying? So if you can make clear where you're coming from with your song, your doctrine, your tongue, right? The Most High is going to give us all things. Bring it forward, is what this is saying. It's not shutting you up and shutting you down, you know? But brothers want to be the only ones talking, right? And they want to lead and you know, they don't want anybody else gifts seen. They want to be the head honcho. That's why they made this verse a bad verse. How is it when all y'all come together and everybody got a song and everybody got a doctrine and everybody got a tongue, got a new word, got a new language, right? Have a revelation, have an interpretation, right? Let all things be done unto edifying. So they said all of that stuff don't edify. That's a lie. Not true. That's not what this is saying, right? But if you want to lead people astray, it can mean that, I guess. 27. If any man speak in an unknown tongue, it's going to break it down clearly what it's talking about. Watch this, right? If any man speak in an unknown tongue, let it be by two or at the most by three, right? At the most by three. You don't need three, but at the most by three. Don't have four, that means. Four is too many, right? But the ideal number is two, right? And at the most by three. because that's one person speaking in another language, and then there's another person uh interpreting what he says, right? That's two people, and then you might have a third person, he's going to speak it in another language to the other people who are speaking, right? like like if we got some people in the congregation, they only speak Spanish, so I'm speaking Hebrew, and it's a brother speaking. He's saying the same thing I'm saying in Hebrew, but he's saying it to the English people, right? And then we got another person next to us, a third person. He's speaking Spanish, and he's speaking to all of the people, right, who only understand Spanish. Y'all see that? Is that clear? 27. If any man speaketh in an unknown tongue, let it be by two, or at the most by three, and that by course, right? By a course of learning. Now, and let one interpret, right? So we're going through a course. It ain't no one time thing. It has to be taught by course, right? You're going to come, you're going to keep coming. Every time you're going to come, you're going to get a little bit more, right? That's by course. 28. But if there be no interpreter, let him keep silence in the church. Be quiet, right? And let him speak to himself. You can speak to yourself, right? If you understand you're the only person that's going to know what you're talking about, then who are you speaking to? Yourself, and who else? And to God. That's who he's speaking to. The Most High understand you. The heavens understand you, right? All praises. 29. Let the prophet speak two or three, and let the other judge, right? 30. If anything be revealed to another that sitteth by, let the first hold his peace, right? Let the first hold his peace. 31. For ye may all prophesy one by one. So it's not saying don't ever say it. It's saying why you're going to prophesy one by one, right? That all may learn. Everybody's going to learn. You know, when you got to set a time aside where you step up and you do that. But don't do it right in the middle of what this brother is talking about, right? Now they're looking at two people in confusion. That's confusion, right? But all may be comforted. You know, we're going to learn to be comforted when we do it one by one. 32. And the spirits of the prophets are subject to the prophets, right? 33. For God is not the author of confusion. Is that what I just said? It's going to confuse. You're going to confuse everybody, right? But of peace. Now he is of peace, y'all. And of what else? As in all churches of the saints, right? In all the churches, y'all, you're going to see peace. Peace, y'all. Not confusion, right? And that's why people should be asked if they understand going forward. Shouldn't be no confusion. You confused, let us know where you confused so we could clear that up, right? 34, let your women keep silent in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them to speak, but they are commanded to be under obedience, as also saith the law. The law says this also, right? Women don't teach in the church. She could be cool, sit there, chill, my sister, let the men do what they do, right? And then guess what? You and your man, your family, y'all gonna get up and leave. And then what? 35. And if they will learn anything, let them ask their husband at home after you leave, right? For it is a shame for women to speak in the church. Now let's get clear on this. Sit tight, sisters, right? Sit tight through this. 36. What? Came the word of God out from you, or came it unto you only? Right? 37. If any man think himself to be to you, are the commandments most high. Right? 38. But if any man be ignorant, let him be ignorant. Right? So if to all of this a man want to be foolish, let him be foolish then. Let him hang on to what he want to hang on to then. Right? 39. Wherefore, brethren, covet to prophesy. You gonna covet? Covet to prophesy. And forbid not to speak with tongues. And forbid not now. Don't be against the people speaking tongues either. That just told us do both. Don't lean one way or the other. It's cool to do both, but this chapter just told us how to do it, right? And to be okay with doing it. It said do it one by one and edify. Teach what you're saying. Teach a word. Now you know the word, right? Now you know the word. But there's always going to be people who don't understand what we're talking about. So teach it one by one. And that reminded me of the Hebrew class. We're going to get the Hebrew class going. We're going to get us speaking it, right? We want to speak this, and we're going to speak it. What does 4 say? Hold on, let me pull this out. It's going behind the picture. Okay. Verse 40, the golden verse. Let all things be done decently and in order. Now, there's a lot of things to be done, but long as they're in decency and in order, go on ahead, roll into it. Speak the tongues, have a segment for that. Have another segment where you prophesy. All praises to the Most High. Lean more toward prophecy. We're gonna talk about all of this. We got a whole heritage to reclaim, right? So we're gonna do all of that, y'all. This is a lifestyle, right? We're gonna teach on the scriptures. We're gonna bring these scriptures out. We're gonna teach on the Hebrew. We're gonna bring that out, right? We're gonna speak these tongues, right? We're gonna bring that out. We're gonna talk about the diet. We're gonna bring that out. We're gonna talk about the health of the body. We're gonna bring that out so that you can stop putting a loaded shotgun in your mouth every night, right? That's gonna have you in bad one day. This is a lifestyle. We're gonna show you how to dress. We're gonna show you how to love. We're gonna show you how to become emotionally mature, right? Glory be unto the Most High. But this is our longest one to date, y'all. We looking at 5 hours. All praises to the Most High, but we had to get through it, right? All praises to the Most High. I love y'all. I am right, and if I could miss a day, I could do it 5 hours, right? All praises to the Most High. I done missed some days, but we gonna tighten. We gonna tighten back up, y'all. All praises to the Most High. Y'all have a good, blessed night, right? And hit the email if there's anything you want to talk about, right? Before it slip your mind or whatever, hit the email. We don't want no loose ends running around, nothing unexplained. We don't want nobody running around with a bad taste in their mouth because they got offended by something that ain't even what they thought it was, right? Step up, get the correction, make sure it is what you think it is, right? All praises to the Most High. I love y'all. Y'all have a blessed night. We'll speak soon, all right? Shalom.